Welcome to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. We are live here at the 2024 Georgia Pro, the first time the Freeride World Tour has been in Georgia, and we are fired up to be here. My name is Derek Foose. I'm here with my co-host, Katie Burrell. Katie, how are you feeling about being in Georgia and being with the Freeride World Tour?
I am so excited to be here in Georgia. It's such an incredible venue, such an insane mountain range, and the conditions are just unbeatable.
Yeah, it is spectacular. We've got a gorgeous day. We've got perfect snow conditions. We've got the best riders on the planet, all stacked up to put on a show for all of you at home and all of the Georgians that have come out to watch live here. This place is insane. So much fun.
Yeah, this is the first time that this event has happened in Georgia, and it was a bit of a journey to get here, kind of the definition of planes, trains, automobiles with 3 plane rides and a 6-hour train ride and a 4-hour drive up through these winding mountain passes, but entirely worth it to get to the Svaneti region and this town of Mestia, which is in the Caucasus mountain range, because the food and the people are so welcoming, and there's such incredible history here. And I mean, not to mention the spectacular mountains. And I think it's just been big smiles and excitement for all of the staff and the riders as they've started to arrive in the region and realize what an incredible access point this is for freeride, for unbelievable snow, and for endless terrain as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, truly, in every single direction, there's a lifetime of skiing options available. And the community here has been so welcoming to the Freeride World Tour. They've brought us into their homes, they've brought us into their lives, and welcomed, you know, the main street in Mestia is just covered in Freeride World Tour flags.
Totally.
And everyone's like, oh, the tour's here. It's incredible, and the welcome we've received is just so warm and spectacular.
There's obviously a really core crew of mountain community here, guides, athletes, and enthusiasts, and it's been really exciting to be around that energy and to see the way that they've embraced the tour, especially knowing that this is the first of 4 years that this event is going to be happening here in Georgia.
That's right. So let's take a quick look at what got us here. The format of the competition this year on the Freeride World Tour is, well, it's been nothing short of spectacular. Essentially, we're looking at 3 events. We're calling it the preliminary stage of the Freeride World Tour: the Verbier Pro, the Kicking Horse Golden BC Pro, and now the stop number 3, crunch time, the Georgia Pro. 53 riders, that's the full field. Then the cut after this event, and then our next 2 events are the FWT Finals, Fieberbrunn Pro with 2-run format, and then the Yeti Extreme Verbier, the big mama, the grand event on the Bec des Ros, the finals with 27 riders across all 4 categories taking part. So lots going on. Of course, the story today is going to be the cut. We've got a lot of riders who are nervous. Very many nerves jangling around up there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's so much strategy that goes into this 3rd event right up against this cut, because those first 2 events, they're taking the points into what we could call the playoff season, really. And so knowing that there's going to be either heartbreak or glory here for them today, the energy is... you can feel it, Derek.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of hairs standing on end and a lot of like real questioning and re-questioning line selections and everything, because there's a lot at stake, and every single one of these riders wants to put themselves in the mix for FWT Finals. So we'll dive in a little bit deeper into what the cut means. It is crunch time here at the FWT Georgia Pro, and in all 4 categories we have got some serious heavy hitters sitting on the outside looking in at that cut. Some of these riders need a win here if they want to move on and secure themselves a coveted spot in the FWT Finals at Fieberbrunn and Verbier. And it is going to be fascinating to see who plays the strategy game and who goes all in for glory in Georgia. Is it going to be a dice roll, or is it going to be a scientific dissection? I think we're going to maybe see a little bit of both.
Well, I'm really excited to see the way that some of these athletes are going to approach this face. There's definitely choices you have to make up top, and there was a lot of sort of discovery in the face check yesterday, as well as what happened this morning with the forerunners and us starting to understand the way that the snow is performing under their feet.
That was such a transformative moment when the forerunners, we had a skier and a snowboarder go, and both of them were shooting a spray
Oh, it
of
was
powder
beautiful.
up into the air. The riders who were gathered around where we were standing, their moods just went whoop right through the roof, and they're like, "Oh, it is on." We knew it was going to be good.
Yeah.
And one thing that the organizing committee has done is they have had 0 forerunners on the face
Yeah.
because they figured the tracks, if they were made, were going to set up. So they wanted to do the forerunners today to allow for basically soft tracks.
Well, we're really high up, Derek. We're at 3150, and so it stays cold overnight, and so the snow quality has been really nicely preserved. But you're exactly right; those tracks would have gotten hard fast, and so essentially, what people are going to get into today are heli ski turns,
Yeah.
effectively.
Absolutely. The first riders in the first category. I mean,
It's just beautiful snow.
yeah, exactly. So we are going to dive into this face because it's brand new, never been used on the tour, never been used for a freeride competition at all. So it is the Kakiani face here in the Tetnuldi Ski Resort, and it's going to be the proving ground for the FWT Georgia Pro today. It is a brand new competition venue, and it is littered with options for different lines, takeoffs, wall to wall. And this year, it is absolutely caked with snow, so the riders are fizzing to get after it. So 3150 meters elevation. Some of the sea level dwelling riders are gasping on the hike up yesterday. And don't let that 37-degree average pitch fool you. It is so steep at the top. You can see here from the drone shots just a multitude of options. This is complex terrain. So face check and the inspection that the riders have done is going to be everything, because a lot of these things roll away completely. They're very blind, and if you don't know where you're going, it's going to be a struggle to get it done.
It was really interesting watching the riders sort of approach the face check yesterday in the way that they were having to look at the face because of how blind it is from up top, and then how much information you get as a result of it being so blind up top, such a committing drop-in, and then circling around it, taking a look at it from sort of the looker's left, and then coming around to the bottom and having a whole other realization that actually the fall line is complicated. It sort of splits down the center, and so there's going to be a suck left or a suck right, and you've got to commit and choose which side is going to showcase your riding better.
Yeah, exactly. And within that commitment comes, at least on some of these features, a commitment to the powder side or the suncrust side, because the stuff that's west facing is definitely had some sun effect on it, and it's a little bit crusty, where the stuff that's more northerly facing is pure powder, which is going to be spectacular for these riders to get into.
Totally. It seemed like some of them were going to go for it regardless of that crust because of how exciting some of the features especially are.
Exactly. All right, let's take a look at the day we have here for the Georgia Pro. Spectacular weather. It's -6 Celsius. That's 21 Fahrenheit for those of you still using that system. 5 kilometers an hour wind out of the east, so just a gentle breeze kissing the face, and 5 out of 5 snowflakes. Snow conditions are unreal, and the riders are so stoked to get on with this. So, Victor De La Rue drew bib number 1 here for snowboard men, and I've never seen somebody draw bib 1 be so happy about it.
I can't think of anyone better to open up the face. I mean, he's an absolute weapon, and I can't wait to see how he sets the tone for the entire contest.
Totally, yeah. So you can see here, this is the big picture of the entire face. That giant Peak Performance inflatable arch is just looking tiny at the base of this Kakiani face. And the Caucasus Mountains, I mean, we rode the chair up yesterday, Katie, and I think all of our jaws were just hanging down.
Drooling.
I couldn't believe how beautiful, how rugged, and honestly how accessible. Like from this Tetnuldi resort, you could spend years just going tick, 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 and riding lines next to the last thing and never run out of stuff to do.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, slack country is a bit of a misnomer here. You're right into serious mountains as soon as you just take 2 chairlifts, really. It's such a simple setup resort, or simply setup resort, but the access point is unbelievable. And we're so lucky with the weather that we have today. We're so lucky with the snow conditions.
All right, we are going to take a look at the people who are going to be deciding the fate of the riders today. This is our judges panel. We've got Laurent Lolo-Bess, Bertie Denervaux. Those are our 2 FWT commissioners. Both have been doing it for years. Michelle Manning out of Salt Lake City, new American judge this year. Larry Gauthier out of Whistler. And Shandro Chopikashvili. This guy is the man. He's from right here in Georgia. He's going to be our video judge, and he has helped us with everything. Every little bit, Sandro's like, oh, I know a guy. Oh, I know the people. So that's our judges panel. They know exactly what they're doing. They know what they're looking at, and they know what they're looking for, and we can't wait to get after it. The FWT Georgia Pro is going to be right back live after this break. Welcome back to the Free Ride World Tour by Peak Performance. We are live at the Georgia Pro 2024. My name's Derek Foose. I'm joined by Katie Burrell. And our next category, of course, our first category is snowboard men on this gigantic face in Georgia. The first time we've used it. We're going to take a look at where we are in the big picture right now and what it's going to take for the riders to move on. These are our overall rankings. Victor De La Rue has 2 wins. No matter what happens here, he's going to be scoring 2 as it is best 2 of 3. Timmy Schroeder, Michael Mon, that's your top 3 right now. And then looking down at the cut line, John Powell on the good side of it. And then the rest of these riders, Ludo Giodia and Cody Bramwell kind of rounding it out. Some of these riders are sitting lower in the rankings. They're going to be looking for nothing but a win today if they want to put themselves on the other side of that cut.
Exactly, Derek. Talk to me about someone like Cody Bramwell, who we know has such an incredible bag of tricks and such a strong approach to a face like this. Is he going to be going big, or is he going to be going for it?
Yeah, so here we're both, just before we get into that, Katie, this is our start list. This is who's going to be dropping and in what order today.
The way that the bibs were drawn at the riders meeting, we have Victor De La Rue in first place, following him Ludo Giodia, Jonathan Penfield, Hugo Serra, and then, sort of as we get down into the end of that, we have our local Jabba Scavideni, and he's going to get to be in sort of the middle of the pack, and we're looking at this American trio to close off the start list.
Yeah, rounding things off with the stars and stripes. So as we see our riders up at the top getting ready, that is the man in the fire bib, Victor De La Rue. He is going to be the first rider. He's stoked on his board. He got his gear finally this morning. So we are going to take a look at the Peak Performance FunBet fan favorites. This is who you think is going to do well. So these numbers, these percentages that you're going to see at the bottom of your screen, the Peak Performance FunBet fan favorites. So 88% of you feeling like Victor De La Rue is going to put himself onto the podium. Cody Bramwell, 51%, and Liam Rivera, 39%. Both Cody and Liam have been struggling this year, but both of them in seasons past have absolutely blown our doors off. So we know they're capable of it. Katie, you were talking about it. I mean, the mindset's got to just be all in for these riders.
When it happens, it's incredible when everything clicks for some of these guys. And so it's just, it could be anyone's day.
Yeah. We've been talking about that a lot, kind of back in the hotel and on our many hours of travel together. The stacked talent level of these fields in all 4 categories really has it that whose day is it? Because there's nobody in the field that can't win.
Yeah.
If it's their day.
100%. And I think people are going to be coming out guns swinging or guns blazing for today.
Yeah. So a word about Victor. Going into finals, we're going to be taking the best 2 of
Scores.
your first 3 scores. So Victor already has 2 first places. So if he gets another first place, it's not like he's going to be sitting on 30,000 points. He's going to be sitting on 20,000 regardless. He will just be throwing away a win, which is an insane thing to say, but that's the way it works with best 2 out of 3. So our first rider is in the gate. It is Victor De La Rue, 34 years old. He's got a couple of overall titles. He's got a bunch of wins on the Bec de Ross and at Kicking Horse and in Verbier already this year. This guy he took a year off for injury, and he's come back with just, as you said, a fresh mindset. And we are live at the Georgia Pro with Victor De La Rue.
He seems unbelievably relaxed to open up the course today, making his way along the cornice and getting a push from a buddy before he finds exactly where he wants to drop into the face.
Well, I love this. This is teamwork. And in the riders meeting, they said snowboarders can get a bit of a boost at the top. So Victor taking advantage of the human bungee cord there. And this drone shot gives you such a clear view of how steep that is. The cornice drops right away to rocks, and Victor De La Rue looking over the edge of the abyss here at the top of the venue.
It is so blind, Derek, and he has got to be lining something up here because he's taking his time and making sure he's positioned exactly where he wants to be. I can't wait to see where he goes. My heart is pounding. I think I'm probably more nervous than he is.
All right, well, hands go up, and Victor bomb dropping off the cornice and starting things off with a double.
He is our 360, making his way down through beauty turns, finding another 360, and woo, just sneaking underneath that rock.
Yeah, just redirecting there. Victor De La Rue now coming into this lower band, backside 3, another perfect stump. 3 360s in, and he is now setting up above this exposure. Victor De La Rue coming into another big feature.
Backside 360 stomps it, and now just mocking out of the bottom of the venue. What a beautiful run, finding some air on these wind lips, enjoying that unbelievable snow. And butter, this man is on fire.
Oh, man. Victor De La Rue just nose buttering through the powder at the bottom of this face. He is fired up. What's this going to do to the mood of the riders at the top? Some of them are going to be so stoked, and some of them are going to be like, oh, my God, Victor just did it again.
Shaking in their boots after that performance, just giving the low fives to the snow, touching. You can see how gentle and beautiful that snow is.
So good.
The snow is so good, he says.
Finally.
Heard it from the source.
All right, Katie, take us back through this replay.
Massive double to kick things off. He looks so comfortable in the air. Beautiful turn setting up for his first rotation. 360, sneaking under that rock, lining it up for another one, spinning. Backside 360, stomping it, beautiful, and finding his way down to his the end of his run where he was just milking.
Yeah, holding that nose press for ages. I mean, to me, that bottom part after all the features was just indicative of how much fun he had, as we see Victor's score coming in now, and he is going way up, 94.33. Wow, the judges are putting themselves into a serious position, dropping that score first, but it's hard to argue with it from what we just saw.
There is the hot seat for Victor again, and he is first to drop, so he's going to have to sit for who knows.
Well, who knows, yeah. I mean, we heard him say after the snow was so good, and he said, finally. It's been a while since we've had truly banging conditions at the Freeride World Tour, and so all the riders, as we've just been kind of seeing over and over again, they're so fired up. All right, so we are going to check in with our reigning Freeride World Tour champion, Ludo Guillaudia.
I'm really happy to be here. It's maybe my last competition on Freeride World Tour, and I will be here with a smile, and for sure I will do everything to win this competition.
Well, he is going to have everything to win this competition after what Victor De La Rue just threw down. He threw down the gauntlet to the rest of the field, and just a joyful run. So Ludo right now sitting in 11th. If he's first, he makes the cut. Anything in the top 4, it's a maybe. And then below that, it's a no. So Ludo needs a strong day today. He needs a big finish as we see him digging his way into the cornice, Katie, and he is on course now.
You can see how steep it is at the top, and he's finding his first air right away, boosting off of that and making his way through the top section. You can see how beautiful this snow is, and he's enjoying those turns as he finds his next features.
Yeah, taking the same one Victor took, but on a slightly different angle, and that's because he was stepping into this backflip and under-rotating, and right to his face, unfortunately, for Ludo.
Oh, I hope that the snow is as soft as it's looking. He's still going to send a big booster there and enjoy these last few turns, setting up for this gully feature and mocking out.
Well, that's a tough one for Ludo. One of the hardest things about visual inspection is understanding the scale of the features. When you're looking at a mountain this big, is that 3 meters, is it 30 meters? It's so hard to tell from the bottom, from the other ridge with binoculars. So Ludo, I think, possibly overestimated the size of that because he went off and he tossed the backflip. He set it well, but he just came up short.
Cheers from his buddies in the finish corral there. You can see the snow in his beard from taking that unfortunate hit to the dome.
Straight to the dome. So big hugs for the French compatriots here. And we'll take a look back, Katie, at what happened here in Ludo's round.
So he sets up this first hit, and then he rolled into this sort of smaller feature to get into where he wanted to throw this backflip. And it looks almost like exactly what you're saying, Derek. It was not as big as he thought.
Yeah, because he set it hard. It wasn't like he laid it out. He set it hard and he rotated quickly, but he just didn't have enough air to get it all the way around. I think lucky for Ludo there, the snow was pretty soft. He was able to drive his head in there with not too much consequence.
He also had to put in the takeoff onto that feature.
That's a very good point. So 32 points for Ludo Guiotilla. As I was saying before, he kind of needs to be above fifth today if he wants to make the cut. So he's put himself into a bit of a hole there. Obviously, we've got a bunch of really talented riders at the top still in the snowboard Ben's field. So Ludo Guiotilla now at the mercy of the other riders. As we see, again, the big picture of this Cache Valley face. It's so beautiful. It's so rugged and just caked. They've had a ton of snow this year.
Yeah.
And not even the most snow in Georgia. You know, there are other sections of Georgia that have even more, but the snow quality is absolutely spectacular. Beautiful sunny day. As we go back up to the top to Jonathan Penfield. He's sitting on a 4th and a 9th in 6th overall. John Pau has had an epic. He was in Munich last night with no equipment at all. He's in a bit of a cobbled together kit. He's got his own boots, he's got his own jacket, and everything else is pieced together from the rest of the crew. So John Pau on course now.
Heading right into those blind rolls. If there's anyone that can just show up and make it count, it's Jonathan Penfield, boosting off that blind roller and a beautiful backside 360 to open it up.
Smooth sailing here for Jonathan Penfield as he comes into this sun patch on top of this rollover. You can see just how blind it is. John airing off that section and onto his feet, so keeping it clean so far.
Such a beautiful rider, nice shifty right into that sun pocket and making his way down through the guts of this gully, finding some more features and making them count.
Yeah, now back over into the section where we saw Victor go with the first run. He's got Victor's track, so he knows it works. Big backside 3, connecting Jonathan Penfield. He got here at 2 o'clock in the morning last night. He's not even been in Georgia for 12 hours yet, and he has just laced this thing, and he's not done, Katie.
Knowing what Jonathan has been up against and seeing the way that he is riding just further confirms this man as one of the most impressive snowboarders in the field. Wow, what an absolutely spectacular. I'm shaking.
He's just white rooming himself at the end there. John Pau, truly like against all odds. He couldn't have faced more adversity, and he just laced that run so well. Big hugs for Victor. Victor was another victim of some lost luggage. He got his this morning. Katie, let's look at this replay.
Let's see it. So he heads into that blind roller, nice grab, and then right into a backside 360 off of that second air. totally blind. I can't express that enough.
And the landing just looked so soft. This one kept rolling to vertical. He had to pop off his tail just to get into the air, up onto this, getting the method there. That, I hope that one of the still photographers got a piece of that one. And then coming into this rugged bottom section, back three, just like we saw Victor do.
So smooth.
Unbelievable run.
Finding that last
Yeah,
hit
he
there.
got an extra feature.
Nice shifty, and then just enjoying that blower pow. Wow, I am so impressed.
All right, well, the line tracker just showing John Pow's path down the mountain today as he has found, I mean, he only saw this for the first time about an hour and a half ago. So he got into town at 2 o'clock in the morning, got eyes on the face an hour ago, and he just put down, what is it going to be? Is he going to go up into 88? Into second for Jonathan Penfield. Unbelievable for performance for this man.
That is a great score for what he just put down. I am really excited for Jonathan. What adversity. What adversity.
That is just spectacular. So happy for this man.
Oh, man. I wonder if he got any sleep last night or if he just kind of rolled into that.
He got into town at 2 o'clock in the morning, John Pow, and then gave himself only an hour.
Just hitting the group chat. Is there anyone got goggles?
Who's got goggles?
Anyone got
Who's got an
gloves?
airbag? Who's got gloves? He had his own boots and he had his own jacket and the rest of it. Anyway, we got to move on because there are so many more riders here.
Wow.
We're going back up to Hugo Serra, the French rider living in Verbier. He's another one who's kind of put himself in tough. He's got an 11th, but then a 5th in kicking horse, a solid result. So he's an 8th overall. Hugo looking to finish anything above 4th, and he's going to be sweet.
He's dropping in. See how blind that entrance is into that huge first air.
Clearing all those rocks, and now Hugo picking up a ton of speed in the open bowl into this windlip section. We've seen a couple riders take this different ways.
Here it is. First frontside 360, snaking under that cliff.
I think it
Excellent
looks closer
control.
than it actually is there.
Maybe. Another beautiful air. Wow, he's getting so much airtime. That's really, really nice. And making his way into this rocky feature above some exposure. What's he going to do here? Setting up for a double, boosting and mocking out of the bottom of this venue.
Beautiful run for Hugo Serra. He's such a stylish rider. He's a tall guy, and he's just so clean. I love the way he rides, and I'm so happy that he put one down to his feet there.
And that was fast.
Yes,
Top to bottom.
Yeah, I think we'll see on the line tracker. He went very fall line. You know, there was no messing around. He was the first guy to get up above and turn that air that Hugo or that John and Victor hit into a double by pumping off that meatball above. Really strong run for the Frenchman. So the vibes here in the finish line just immaculate. Everyone is so fired up. Katie, let's take a look back at this run.
So you can see him boosting off of this first blind, huge air and making his way into this top section of this course. As you mentioned, Derek, he rode so fall line, hitting that first frontside 360 and making his way under that rock to head into the guts of this thing. Another beautiful air. And then he worked himself right to find this meatball set up for the double, which is a beautiful line choice and shows just how committed he was. And it looks to me like Hugo did his homework.
Absolutely, yes. Very, very fall line run. He had some really nice air and style in there. The line score is going to be through the roof. Hugo is stoked. He's got shouting out all his sponsors at home. Victor De La Rue sitting there in the hot seat, just giving a big point to his buddies. Well, let's see if we can catch up with their conversation here. All right, well, they don't have much to say, but the judges have a 77.67, so sliding in just behind Jonathan Penfield. And Hugo's, I think he's looking pretty stoked with that. You know, he was looking for a solid result here to get himself onto the good side of the guide. He did his part. The judges also did theirs. And both Victor and John Pow, just a slight nod right now, but we are only halfway through, not even halfway through this snowboard men's field. This is where we stand right now. Victor, Jonathan, Hugo Serra, and And of course, Ludo with the fall. So we're going to go straight back up to another French rider. The French snowboard community is just churning out tour riders at the moment. Gabriel Bleton, he's got a 7th and an 11th so far in the 2 stops on the FWT. This man's sitting high in the rankings in the FWQ for skiing. He's sitting 11th overall, so he's got some work to do if he wants to move up. If he finishes first here, he's in. 5th or lower, he is out. So there's that little middle ground, but Gab Bleton is going to want to win here today and secure a spot in finals.
Here he goes, heading into that first air. Our first goofy rider of the field today. Nice grab off that top air, making short work of this next section and finding a hit.
Yeah, in an untapped zone. No tracks over here, so Gab Bleton kind of going out of sight and popping up on the top of this this other section as the drone looks to pick him up in this completely untracked section.
Look at how spectacular this range is. He's finding his way into a chute between these 2 massive sort of...
Like towers, the rock towers. Towers of terror.
Towers of
Gabriel
terror.
Bleton now getting himself into an extremely technical zone, heel
Wow.
side, over all those rocks. Katie, that was huge.
Massive, so much control in the air, so smooth, and setting up for a double with a big grab.
Oh, yeah, Gab doing exactly what he needed to do,
wow.
popping off that wind drift at the bottom. So this is what we talked about in the face preview. The diversity of line options on this face is wild, and the judges are going to have their work cut out for them because that was really different, but also really good.
Really interesting. That was our first goofy rider of the field, and he actually did choose to trend left, and he found a lot of really playful stuff that really worked for him and the direction that he's riding.
Yeah, exactly. Giving himself the benefit of riding in a direction that's going to go better for a goofy rider. So showing how savvy this guy is, knowing exactly kind of where he wants to be on the mountain to showcase his riding.
How to work the face and really get the most out of it. Oh,
all right, let's take a look back here at Gab's run as he was big right off the top.
Beautiful first grab off that roller, making his way towards the left part of the face, finding a hit, and then directly into this wind lip, which the drone lost him for a moment, and he boosts off it. It's a 360.
Oh, yeah, we didn't see that on the original, but the backside 3 there for Gab Bleton. Oh, it looks like he went down.
He did, yeah.
Okay, so we didn't see that at all. So making up for it there with that huge air at the bottom. I know that if we saw it, the judges saw it too. They're watching through the high-powered binoculars from a perch way up on the other side of the valley. And then Gab getting the nose grab there. So unfortunate for Gab Bleton that he did go down there on that backside 3 on the windlet.
The windlet must have thrown him, you know, it's hard to understand those things until you're really in the air.
Well, and I think also there's a big factor of you're the one putting the track in.
100%.
Off a cliff, it's kind of fine, but any of those wind features that you're looking to use as a jump, if there's no track and you're the one doing it, your board can bog down in the snow a little bit. Maybe you don't get as much air as you thought you were going to. So that's going to be a big benefit for the next person to go through there, but unfortunate for Gab Bleton to have to make that sacrifice.
Yeah, it's going to act more like a rudder. And here comes the score, 51, putting him into 4th place.
So Gab Bleton just ahead of Ludo there, but a 51. He's going to be in deep with the rest of this field. So
big
still,
hugs.
Yeah, the riders, the camaraderie from this group is so tight. They really are a family. As we are moving back up, we're making our way through this field, just about halfway through now. Next rider in the gate is going to be the Austrian Timmy Schroeder, and what a rookie season he has. 2 finishes, 2 third places. The man sitting in 2nd overall in his first year on the Freeride World Tour. He really battled some adversity to get onto the tour. He was badly injured, half man, half metal, as Anna Smoothie has called him. Anna, a good friend of Timmy's, and Timmy's just he's such a huge part of the community in the snowboard world, and now he is sitting so high in the rankings. Tim Schroeder getting ready to knock one out of the park here in Georgia.
Taking a moment before he drops in and lining it up for this first cliff. Huge grab. He's moving fast.
Yeah, the snow looking
finding
like it's
that
running
same
fast.
hit as Gab, but it threw him off center in the air, and now he's making his way, also trending left, Looker's right.
Yeah, so Timmy just getting caught up in that lip, unfortunate.
And he's
Now,
down again on that same wind lip that,
Okay,
that took Gab down.
for all you Timmy Schroeder fans, he is one of only 2 riders in this men's snowboard field that's guaranteed to make the cut. So this one is going to just be Kobe'd into the bin, and he's going to keep his 2 third places and be moving on to finals. So while it's unfortunate not to see Timmy get to play his whole line out for us here,
But
he's still sending, though.
back-to-back 360s down through that chute, showing us really what he's got, a beautiful butter.
Yeah, I do need to correct myself. In the start gate, I called him Austrian. Timmy is German, but living in Austria.
Copy. Well, we still got to see some of Timmy's spectacular riding, in particular those back-to-back 360s in that right-hand chute there, or sorry, left-hand chute there. But that wind lip took him down, as did that little hit. So a couple of wipeouts for Timmy, and he's front-rolling, somersaulting into the finish corral.
Yeah, so as much as the conditions are spectacular, there are definitely some tricky bits, and we've seen a couple of riders struggling with some of those windlet features. We'll see if the later riders benefit from the track put in by these guys. Katie, you could take us through here as we look at the replay. Strong off the top for Timmy Schroeder.
Yeah, really nice in the air, Derek, and he makes his way skiers left to this first hit that it looks like he was lining up for a spin, and it just looks like the tip of his board took him.
Totally, it went right into it instead of going up and over it. And then Tim spinning into this chute. That
Beautiful.
was a heavy move because it's steep up there.
And this is his second 360, getting lots of air time, making his way.
And this is just like
nose butter or tail.
yeah, the riders are so fired up with the powder, with the conditions, that they're just buttering through the finish flats because it's so much fun to do. This is what all these riders have been waiting for. You make the tour, and you know it's the dream locations, and then you get conditions like this in the Caucasus. So score coming in for Timmy, that's going to be a 29.67. Couple falls, that's going to be 6. That for sure a throwaway result for Tim Schroeder.
But luckily, Tim does have those 2 awesome scores, 2 second place, or sorry, 2 third places.
He's going to finals.
In second, he's going to the playoffs, baby.
All right, let's go back up to the top where we are going to have American rider riding out of Bozeman, Warren Doyle. This guy has been on fire. Another rookie who's been riding really, really well. He's got a 5th and a 4th, sitting in 4th overall. And basically, if he finishes 1st or 2nd, he's in for sure. And anything below that, it's a question mark. There's no line where below which he doesn't make it, but it really depends on what some of the other riders do. So with Gab going down and Ludo going down, that's kind of going to be helpful for Warren. But Warren doesn't want to benefit from other people falling. He wants to benefit from a sick run here at the Georgia Pro, and he is on the venue now, making his way across the cornice here.
This is a classic cut day run, Derek, with the pressure being on. And he's getting a push from his buddy to get out to that same drop-in that we saw Victor De La Rue take a little bit earlier, and he's in. Wow, right into a chute, airing huge off of that
I thought
cliff.
he caught his toe side edge on the edge of the cornice, but I guess that was just him hopping in.
Hopping in.
So Warren Doyle is now
Making his way to it. Beautiful backside 360, so clean. Mocking down through the guts of this thing, finding a sun-kissed wind lip and getting such a nice air into that chute.
Yeah, so we're seeing him come into the same zone that played so well for John Powell and Victor. Opting for a straight air there. Warren Doyle going just absolutely wide open throttle all the way down. For sure the fastest run we've seen so far. So clean edge to edge. This guy's a technician on his board. I love watching him ride, and especially love watching him ride powder.
Brakes were off on that one. What a fast, smooth, clean run. It looks like maybe at the very top he might have caught something getting in, but otherwise spectacular.
Yeah, and if he did, he handled it like the pro that he is.
Truly.
So you can just see, I love to see the riders catching up with each other at the bottom.
So good. Yeah, so good.
So good, they're saying. Reports here in Georgia are strong.
Yeah, reports are in. So Warren Doyle just cleaning off the board. Katie, have a look at this replay as we see him hopping in.
So it's just so steep, Derek, and so committing. And he puts a turn in before he lined up for that first big air, so he's nice and controlled. Making his way down to find his first feature, this wind lip, getting that nice grab, shifty in, and then heading over
Yeah,
into this bottom zone where there's nice big airs.
Yeah,
360 in there. We got a spin. We got big airs. We got grabs.
He's got all the elements for sure. And then the playful part, just bouncing like the Energizer Bunny across the flats, enjoying the sparkly POW experience. Warren Doyle, so fall line. Fluidity going to be absolutely through the roof as he just pinned it down this face. So we see there.
Hi guys, thank you for watching. Family, Kayla, Emma, Matt, Ben, Sam, the boys, the Stone, baby.
All the folks at home. Middle of the night back in the US of A.
All right, here we go. Score coming in for Warren Doyle as it moves across. It's a 75-3-3. So Warren sliding into fourth. A solid performance there for the young American rookie. And we are just seeing run after run of excellence here on this face.
What a stacked field, Derek. These are incredible athletes, and it's just so exciting to watch.
All right, well, we have an exciting addition to this stacked field. This is our local Georgian wildcard. It is Jaba Svetiani. And Jaba, absolutely no stranger to snowboarding. This guy, his good buddy, Sandro, described him as the guy you kind of love but sort of hate at the same time. He's awesome at everything he does. He's 27 years old. He's only been snowboarding since he was 20. He competed in Georgia last year at the World Championship of Slopestyle. And now he's out here at the Freeride World Tour as a wild card. Jaba on course.
Home range, home zone, home turf, and home court advantage as he has probably lapped this thing time and time again. Just getting caught up on that first air and going down.
So Jaba clearing the snow out of his goggles, kind of going for those wind lips that we've seen again and again, taking a few riders down. Now Jaba, you can see no tracks in here. This is completely unridden zone and launching behind into the couloir.
Boosting again into the guts of the center of this face and finding a beautiful,
yes.
beautiful patch of snow there. Another huge, nice air. And
yeah, kind of taking that as a side hit almost, just a little bit off. And then he's riding in the shade. This is really smart. This is showing that local knowledge. That line of sun on the left side of it. And we do have another featured. But Jaba getting bogged on the in-run, unfortunately, there for the Georgian wildcard. It looked like he was picking up a ton of speed, looking for something big on that last feature.
There's definitely a really nice air that he had lined up, Derek, for that final feature. But some sort of hiccup heading into it.
You can hear the locals just chanting his name. This guy is beloved in this area, this part of the world. He's local Georgian. He's so good at snowboarding. Also, Sandro's saying he's just as good at skiing as he is at snowboarding.
He's one of those freak athletes, it sounds like. I mean, to start snowboarding at 20 and to be able to have that kind of skill.
Yeah, riding in the Slopestyle World Championships at 26 and then the Freeride World Tour at 27.
Translating it to powder, apparently skateboarding, BMX, football, anything he does, he excels at.
Well, high five there for our hot seat man, Victor De La Rue. Not going to be troubled by that one. We can kind of have a look back, Katie, at where he got caught up on this landing.
Yeah, I think that there was not as much of a lip there as he thought, and so he didn't get quite that boost that these guys would be looking for off of a feature like that. However, this one served him well, and then heading into this massive air into the main chute.
Yeah, I like the way he took that off the side, kind of using it as a bit of a hip and keeping himself over on the rider's left side in the shade, in the powder, and then that was just a heartbreaker.
Absolute heartbreaker.
All right, well, so stoked to see the Georgian wildcard riding the face out here. I don't know if you could hear it at home through our mics, but they were chanting his name as he came into the finish. So this guy, you know, he's out here having a good time, representing the freeride community of Georgia, and he is all smiles in the finish. All right, score dropping for Jaba. That's going to be an 8 so far with 25 points. Clearing the board off so everybody can see those sponsors. Got to make sure the sponsors are happy when you're on the Freeride World Tour like Jaba is, and he is at home. Big smiles at the Georgia Pro for the Georgian rider. Woo! All right.
Having a good time.
Yeah, we head back up. This is the big picture view of this face, an absolutely glorious venue for the Freeride World Tour. Victor De La Rue, Jonathan Penfield, Hugo Serra. That is your top 3 so far, but still plenty of talented riders still to have their say today. Our next man out of the gate, riding out of Verbier and doing it for Switzerland, Liam Rivera came onto the tour with a splash last year, and this year hasn't quite had the luck, but he's got a 10th and a 6th. He's sitting in 9th overall. If he wins here today, he is guaranteed to make the cut. Anything above 5th, it's a maybe. 6th or below, he's out. So Liam has his work cut out for him here as he pushes out of the start gate to get his campaign underway.
We've seen what those top 4 runs look like, Derek. So for Liam, he knows what he has to put down. Dropping into the face and heading for this first cliff, lining it up.
Cross court with the
Backside
slow
360.
speed bomb drop 360.
Beautiful landing.
Yeah, that
Absolutely
was
textbook.
perfect. Now Liam going way out. He's following a couple of the tracks from the early riders.
Finding another spin and making it look so easy, making his way down. A third hit, backflip.
Yes,
Boom!
Liam Rivera.
So clean.
Perfect connection. Catching control now as he comes in below the Hugo Serra meatball. Launching
Massive.
side court off this one and turning it into a double. I wondered if anyone would get over there.
Wow.
Liam lacing that. That was a spectacular run from the young Swiss rider, and you can see the body language. He is fired up.
Oh, just a little gentle claim, having his moment. That was a spectacular run, Derek.
Yeah.
He really put it down. He made every single feature count.
He sure did. And a lot of the other riders on that wind feature in the middle had trouble getting maybe as much air as maybe they wanted to. Could be benefited from the track, but Liam putting a huge backflip in there. That was unreal. I'm so stoked for that.
He's got to be stoked as well. The handshake.
that was very official. Yeah, all business here at the finish line of the Freeride World
Professional,
Tour.
gentlemen. Very professional.
All right, Katie, this replay, what a great run from Liam Rivera.
Now, we now know that he moved into that one a little slower so he could set up that backside 360 to start off his run and making his way to the second feature where he got another front side 360 in before making his way sort of cross court to find this other feature where he threw a backflip. Look at how clean, so smooth. That landing was impeccable.
Yeah, connecting the tail and then taking this one on a slightly different angle to allow him to do this.
So smooth, turning that into 2 massive airs back to back to finish off that run. Look at just how comfortable he was, putting in a little bit of a brake check.
That was just absolutely glorious. And then down here, white rooming himself. You gotta get those face shots when the snow conditions are like this. So a great run from the young Swiss rider and a big answer after a couple of tough events for Liam.
Totally.
So the judges now, they've got their work cut out for them. Is that going to trouble Victor? I don't know. I mean, Victor's top was really strong. Liam got the backflip there, but Victor threed in the bottom section, but Liam got a whole other cliff after that. Well, they've had their say now,
Here it
the
comes.
score coming in 86. So Liam into a podium spot in 3rd position. Ooh, well, there's definite connotations here towards the cut. Liam did what he needed to do. If it was first, it was a guarantee. If it was in the top 5, it was a maybe, depending on what other riders did. So he's in that question mark zone, but we have no breaks of the Freeride World Tours. We go straight back up to the top, and our next rider, another one we know is capable of delivering fireworks. It is Cody Bramwell, the guy in the gate. This guy was in a 3-way battle for the overall title with BMO, Blake Moeller, and Victor De La Rue a few short years ago. Last year we lost him to injury, but now Cody is back. And he wants to win here. That's what's in his sights. In the crosshairs is a win. So Cody Bramwell going to be going out hot today as he gets excited. I get excited to watch this man ride every single time.
So do I, Derek. I love Cody's style. I love the way that he approaches snowboarding and free ride, and it's just so smooth. It's so stylish, and it's so explosive.
Him and Blake Marshall have been roaming around together, filming Krusty TV. That's their Freeride World Tour web series between the two of them, and I love watching these guys get after it. But Cody, yeah, he's an exciting rider to watch, and he hasn't really had the year that he expected, that we expected, with a 12th and an 8th so far, sitting down in 12th. So Cody, you know, he just wants to show, I think maybe more than a result,
Yeah.
he just wants to show some real Cody Bramwell riding today.
Everybody knows what Cody Bramwell is capable of, and we are about to see what he's going to put down on the Kakavani face with a huge air off that top. That is a massively blind into this face.
Firing into that wind lip and continuing across. Cody,
Same wind lip, and he's on his feet, so.
yeah, we've seen that one take a couple of riders out. Now Cody coming back across towards the riders right into this chute. It's so steep in there. Cody going so fast up and over above this huge exposure.
Billy goating his way down through somewhere no one has been before and finding a massive cliff. Huge 360.
Backside 3 off that
Dixon.
wall.
Holy smokes. Sticking a massive, massive backside 360.
Biggest air of the day so far, for sure, for Cody Bramwell, with a huge 360 off it. Pinned. Throttle cracked wide open. Cody Bramwell. We finally saw Cody Bramwell show up at a tour comp.
That is classic Cody right there, the cliff jumping extraordinaire, putting it down on snow. Victor is in shock and disbelief at how big that was.
Well, Victor loves it.
How'd you go? For now, I'm third. Maybe now fourth.
Well, Liam Rivera. Okay, Katie, let's have a look back right out of the gate. That huge air to kick things off.
Massive, and he just makes it look so smooth and so easy. Big air off of that wind lip, getting in a grab before he enters the chute and making his way through a super technical entrance to find essentially a billy goat down through this chute to line up a massive cliff.
Well, this is just a testament to Cody's line scoping abilities. He had to thread that needle and then popping the backside 3, connecting beautifully, maybe getting a tiny bit sat down as he kind of tail pressed out of it. But in the powder like that, I mean, anything other than that, you're going to bury the nose and go front punch. So Cody, oh, I'm so happy to see that as now.
You did some weird shit again, eh?
The judges love it. Look at the line score, fluidity control, Aaron style, technique. He's waiting. I'm sure his heart is pounding.
Oh, they're gonna duck me on that last one for sure.
He's referring to where he
Something decent.
put his hand down there on that 360, but so smooth in the air, so stylish in the air.
Absolutely, yeah. So the judges now getting to work. They've got their 5 criteria that they are working with. We saw the bars all lit up. The line score there for Cody Bramwell, obviously huge. Possibly, if there's anywhere they could ding him, it's a bit on control, as he did have that tail press and maybe a little bit of a hand down. That would be a stage 1 maximum.
Sure.
But on, you know, there is a little bit of give and take on an air that big. For those little, little baubles, borderline to even call it a bauble.
And I mean, maybe where he's getting docked in control, he's going to make up for it in creativity, because we hadn't seen a line like that.
Absolutely, yeah. And Aaron Styles, 360ing off that one.
I'm gonna get shit score, I think.
Well, Cody's so nervous. He's
It was a lot of fun though.
A lot of fun, though, he says.
Gotta be happy anyway.
these moments of the riders in the finish, you know, Victor's kind of maybe stressing a little bit. Cody's stressing a lot. You can hear it in his voice.
What the fuck did you do?
Here we go. Score coming in. It's going up, up, up. 83-6-7. So Cody Bramwell into fourth. A strong run there for the British rider. And Victor De La Rue fending off a huge challenger for that hot seat, as this man has never sat anywhere but first so far in the 2024 FWT season. And that's a big, big challenger. Battled off by Victor De La Rue, right back up to the top here of the Georgia Pro 2024. This face delivering the fireworks we hoped for, we wished for, and now it is on. So our next rider out of the gate is American Michael Maughan. This man living in Bozeman, Montana. He's actually, well, he's been roaming around. He's been in Denver for a bit, but he's going back to Bozeman, I think. He's got a 9th and a 2nd and sitting in 3rd overall. Anything over 5th, and he is guaranteed to make the cut. Anything below that, it's a maybe. Michael Maughan on course now.
And when Michael Maughan laces it, he absolutely laces it. Lining up his first air, getting really nice and making it a double. What a way to start.
So technical there for Michael Mon now as he just executes this board control that he has become known for.
Wow. Backside 360, mocking down into this wind lip. Nice big shifty in the air there.
Michael going
Ooh.
huge, but needed to slow down on that heel side turn and got tossed just a little bit. Now Michael going cross hill into this big double. Fall line riding for Michael Mon, absolutely pinned. Definitely a little bit of an error there on that butt check.
On the brake check.
Yeah, but incredible riding for Michael Mon.
Wow, and just how fast that one was, top to bottom.
Oh, he was flying.
2 doubles, a double off the top, a double off the bottom. Just goes to show how much speed Michael Mon really can take.
Getting himself a Tim Hortons double-double there on his run.
Woo! Hands up. I mean, it's so much fun for these guys.
Yeah, so Warren and Michael, roommates in Bozeman. Those guys travel and hang together. They're best friends. They're so stoked to be on the tours. He gives a huge hug of congratulations to Victor De La Rue.
Such good energy.
All right, let's take a look back.
Just,
Michael Mon throwing the heart there.
he's really just the nicest guy.
So he's the only guy to take this start feature as a double.
Which is ballsy because that is, it's tricky getting in there and
Yeah.
very committing. Finding his first feature, beautiful backside 360, making his way into the guts and hooking over to find this wind lip.
Where he took so much speed into it, tweaking it out, and then this is where he needed to slow down. He had to throw the board sideways. He got bounced off a track there,
Yeah.
and it just kicked the board out from under him. Quick recovery for Michael Mon, popping off this one, getting the grab.
And then smoking into that double. He's moving so fast.
Yeah, so really strong run there for Michael Mon. You can see the line tracker just, there's hardly a single deviation out of the fall line there
Yeah.
for Big Mike. As we now wait for the scores to drop, you see Victor De La Rue still in the hot seat. He was the first rider to go. That can sometimes be a disadvantage with the judges as they use your run to set the tone. 68.67. So Michael Mon into 7th position. So that is going to be interesting. That is going to be interesting to see how that shakes up things in the overall. We're going to let the mathematicians do the math behind the scenes. Victor, John Penfield, Liam Rivera. That's your 1, 2, 3 with Cody Bramwell and Hugo Sarra. Rounding out the top 5 in snowboard men as we are coming down to our last few riders. We are going back up to that start gate. Such an intimidating start as it just rolls away completely blind as soon as you push out of the gate. This man, he is
Wow.
stress-free
What
right
a
now.
long sit he has had in the hot seat. 11 riders through, 2 to go.
So next man in the gate, Brian Stenerson, holding on to a 6th and a 7th for the Tahoe rider. If he's first, he's in. If he's 5th or above, it's a maybe. Anything below 6th, it's a no for Stenner. So he is looking to get it done, and a strong start here for Brian.
Into that first air, Derek, and making his way. Wow. It's
Well, just the level of riding here is so impressive. Now, Stenerson coming on the other side of this. He spun
that was a spin
on the back side of that buttress.
Sure. Not sure which way he spun. Couldn't quite see it, but he's made his way into somewhere we haven't seen before in a
Oh, looked like he caught a shark there, but managed to keep it on his feet. That was a tense moment as Brian Stenerson now up on top of the meatball, turning it into a big double for Stenerson. Really strong run there.
Wow, he had a lot of time in the air off of that bottom feature, and he's just boosting through this bottom section.
The level of riding that we are seeing from the snowboard men here across the board, nothing short of what we expected. These are some of the best riders on the planet, and out here in Georgia, way out in the Caucasus Mountains, and throwing it down in these magical conditions.
These guys, this Snowboards Men's Field has put on a show to kick this event in Georgia off. I think I have second-hand adrenaline. Like I'm having like an adrenaline rush, and I'm like downloading an adrenaline rush from these guys.
It's so fun to watch them ride, to do their thing, to express themselves, and in fantastic conditions. All right, well, getting things cleared off as we take a look back at Brian Stenerson's run.
He set up that first air so nicely, Derek, really smooth, and then made his way into this, where we get to see it was a backside 360.
Yeah, that was cool. Nobody else has hit that feature in that way.
Yeah.
We kind of lost him in his run, and then really technical here. His board just getting bucked out from under him, but he didn't go down.
I think that the snow must have been inconsistent on the top of that feature, and then he's just boosting off of this bottom one.
Yeah, laying the tail down first so you don't bog the nose and go flipping forward. So solid veteran riding from Brian Stennerson. Brian winning the Challenger Tour last year to earn his way onto the Freeride World Tour this year, and he is all smiles.
Shout out, Donger Party, Ashley, the dogs, everyone.
The dogs. The Georgian dogs
Shout
are
out Victor, opening it up.
Well, and
Film
his dog.
lines.
all the dogs.
All the dogs. Stennerson, a big fan of the dogs as we wait for that score to drop. Another solid ride from the snowboard men's field. This has just been fireworks, electric performances top to bottom. As the judges now getting to work, they got to figure out what they want to do with that. You know, there's so much at stake here, and the judges just looking at every category and how the riders fulfilled the 5 categories. And, you know, each one of them matters, and it matters on its own, but of course collectively, as this is overall impression judging. So all those categories coming together to form the overall impression score. Victor De La Rue sitting in the hot seat, and Brian Stennerson sitting in that extremely nervous position as he waits for his score to drop. It is a 69.67, so that is 7th for Brian Stennerson. Wow, incredible moments here for all of these riders in the snowboard men's. Katie, this is our first category, and we're already just like getting so fired up.
Well, Derek, this just goes to show what these athletes can put down when they have these kinds of conditions that we currently have here at Tetnildy Ski Resort in Georgia.
Absolutely, and there is one man to go. Holden Samuels. Holden living in Salt Lake, growing up at Big Sky. We were talking about it, what a small town Big Sky was when he grew up there, only 80 kids in his high school. And Holden now living in the teeming metropolis of Salt Lake City. He's got a 2nd and a 12th, so he's checkers or wreckers for this guy. Holden Samuels now on the face.
And he's opting for sort of that first blind into the course, or blind roll into the course.
So really nice
Smoking
turns
through
here for
that,
Holden.
Yeah, smoking through that top section. Lining up this first hit, big backside 3, so clean.
Back across to this wind lip that's seen some action. We saw the Liam Rivera backflip, tweaking out the method there. Holden Samuels back into the fall line. This area has seen a lot of action. It's so interesting. Oh, no, he's going a different direction. Holden Samuels going out into the sparkly powder.
Oh, look at those turns, Derek.
Yeah, now he's coming across. We saw Jabba get taken out on this approach to this cross-court feature.
He's got the speed.
Holden, no problem, just rolling through that like a BMX jump. And now he is free and clear, getting another beautiful natural feature, connecting with the transition perfectly for Holden Samuels.
That was a really fun run to watch, Derek. He really made use of both the left and right side of that chute, or that gully, and showed us just that sort of comfortability he has in the air.
That was really good snow.
Really good snow.
Oh, the rider's just having a blast out here on this face as we look back at Holden Samuels' run, kick things off with a bang up top.
So he nails this first air into the course, making his way to this feature. Beautiful backside 360. So smooth. And then go ahead.
The heel side turn after that, just so impressive.
Yeah.
And then I love this, the method with the smoke cloud just lit up brilliantly by the sun. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a moment that we will not forget here from the Georgia Pro. And then Holden managing to make this work where others have not.
He's smooth, Derek. I mean, this guy has a lot of style in the air.
Yeah, the board handling skills, the style, the power and strength, all combining to put down that beautiful run there for Holden Samuels. So that was the last man.
Wow, what an open.
Yeah, such a strong way to kick off the Georgia Pro 2024 as Holden's score coming in now, going up into 71.33. So that's going to be 7th place for Holden Samuels, as now it starts to crystallize a little bit the picture of the event results. Holden Samuels going to lock down 7th. That means, of course, unofficially, Victor De La Rue taking another win. 3 for 3 for this guy, and he's going to be throwing away a first place, as we're going to take a look at what happened here with the event results at the Georgia Pro.
And here they are, Derek.
Cool, thank you.
First place, Victor De La Rue. Jonathan Penfield sneaking into that 2nd spot. Liam Rivera with the 3rd. Strong, showing super close, you can see in that 2-3-4 for Cody Bramwell.
Yeah, great to see Cody coming back, swinging, and then we saw a couple of tough crashes here at the back end. Ludo, Tim Schroeder, and our local wildcard Jabba kind of going down swinging, which you love to see. All of them are intact, okay, and perfectly fine at the bottom. So here we go. This is your top 3 at the Georgia Pro.
Spectacular runs from these 3 gentlemen.
So in 3rd place, Liam Rivera. 2nd place, John Penfield. And, of course, the man, Victor De La Rue, locking down the win. Now, let's see what's happened with the overall. So Jonathan Penfield has jumped way up into 2nd overall. Timmy Schroeder, and there is the cut.
Wow.
Liam Rivera jumped over it. Warren Doyle bumped down below it. So Michael Mon just on that that advancing spot. Hugo Serra, Cody Bramwell, Brian Stennerson, all those guys unfortunately below the cut. So those are your 6 men going on to the Freeride World Tour Finals. Gableton and Ludo Guildiat on the outside looking in. A big shakeup there in the snowboard men overall field.
I mean, we can see that what Liam put down today, what Jonathan put down today, really was a game changer for both of them heading into the finals.
Absolutely. All right, we are going to go down to the finish area with the man, Victor De La Rue, with another big win on the tour this year, riding powder. Victor, tell us about your run. That just looked like so much fun.
Okay, tell you if you can say Victor De La Rue, not De La Rue.
De La Rue.
Nice.
Victor De La Rue.
So yeah, thank you so much. Honestly, super happy to be here in a place where it's so different from home. Everybody's super happy to be here. It was just a bit tough to get the gear. like Penfield, for example, he didn't he even ride with his staff. I just got my board this morning at 7 a.m. So lots of happening. And just the venue here was super fun, super cool, and the snow was so good, so we wish we could do like so many comps like this. So thank you, Georgia. It was so cool.
Well, a huge congratulations to Victor. Incredible riding out there, and another win for this man at the Georgia Pro. Huge congratulations to Victor.
Merci, mec.
All right, well, that wraps up Snowboard Men. Incredible riding, incredible show that we've had from these guys across the board.
Holy smokes, Derek. I don't know if I'm cold. I don't know if I'm hot. That was a spectacular show.
Well, we are back live. It is the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. We're at the Georgia Pro 2024. My name is Derek Foose. I'm here with Katie Burrell, and we are bringing you all the action live. We've just wrapped up snowboard men, and now it is time for the snowboard women. This is the overall picture right now. Anna Martinez, the French rookie, sitting in first place overall on 18,000 points. Estelle Rizzolio, another French rider, close behind in second. Nuria Castan-Baron and Erin Sauvé rounding out the riders above the cut. Marissa Krawczyk and Tiffany Perrotin going to be looking for big performances today to put themselves up onto the good side of the cut. We saw the snowboard men shake things up with some banging performances today. No doubt we're going to see the same thing from the snowboard women.
Absolutely, Derek. The women towards the bottom of that are going to know that they've got the pressure on. And here's our start list for today. Kicking things off, Tiffany Perrotin. Middle of the pack, we've got our current leader Anna Martinez and Erin Sauvé to bring up the,
yeah, she'll
I don't want to say rear, but
she'll be wrapping up the category. Erin Sauvé, Canadian rider, you know, she had a tough one in Verbier and then came back swinging at home at Kicking Horse, so she's kind of put herself onto the good side. A lot of potential permutations and combinations of how this can go with the cut looming. It's crunch time, so the riders basically they're going to be swinging for the fences here. There's a few riders that need a huge result, there's a few riders that need a safe result, and there's a few riders that are just, they're good, they're safe. Two French riders, namely Estelle Rizzolio and Anna Martinez. They're safe. They're making the cut. So Peak Performance, Fun Bet fan favorites. 80% of you are loving the French rookie, Anna Martinez. 65% of you feeling that Estelle Rizzolio will find her way to the podium. And Nuria Castan-Baron, the Spanish rider, with 62% of you voting that she will make her way onto the podium today. So that's what you think. The Peak Performance Fun Bet, it's your chance to get involved, to have a say. It's basically fantasy free ride. So you get to log in, you go to freerideworldtour.com, make your predictions, and then see if they come true. Make sure you put money on it with your friends, or at least bet beer, because it is a lot of fun to have a little bit of skin in the game here at the Freeride World Tour. The Georgia Pro delivering everything we knew it would from snowboard men, and now the snowboard women's second category on the face. We've got a few tracks here and there that the riders are going to be able to follow, a few wind lips that now have established takeoffs. Some of the men putting those takeoffs in, kind of sacrificing for it.
Absolutely, Derek. And I will just also mention, this is another field that is absolutely neck in neck. It could be anybody's day, and I'm really excited to see how they throw down.
Well, the first rider out of the gate is going to be your 2022 Freeride World Champion, Tiffany Perrotin. She's a French rider, but she is living in Verbier. If she wins today, she makes the cut. If she is fourth or better, she might make the cut, depending on what the other riders do. If she is fifth or below, she does not make it. So lots at stake here for Tiff Perrotin. She is a Freeride World Champion, so she is very comfortable in those high pressure moments. She knows how to do it. She's a fantastic snowboarder. The edge to edge, the air game, all of it, but she is the first one in the category, so that always comes with a handful of nerves. But Tiffany Perrotin is well equipped to deal with those nerves. Look at the spectacular background of the Caucasus Mountains just lining that skyline as Tiffany kicks out of the gate and gets her campaign started, and the snowboard women.
Here she goes, Derek. She's one of those riders that I would say thrives under this kind of pressure, opening up her field and heading into the drop-in.
Well, look at the size of this cornice. You can see which way the prevailing wind blows here in this section of the Caucasus. This is the big drop-in. Looks like she's just going to kind of ramp into it, plop in, putting a little bit of a butt down, and now she's going to want to make her way into this first feature.
So she's boosting, getting her grab off of that first feature and mocking down through this top section. Beautiful turns, just a beautiful snowboarder, really. Lining up a juicy
Tiffany.
One here. Nice cross-court hit. Managing her speed at the bottom there.
Yeah, so Tiff now, there's no tracks in this section. So Tiffany opening up a new section of this face, as it looks a little bit sharky there. Oh, yeah, a lot sharky. She's just exposed an entire rock face there on her
Wow.
heel side edge
Another
and airing
big
down
air.
into the pocket.
Another big air, Derek. And another one out the bottom of that blind chute.
Well,
She's going to
Tiffany
line another one up. Oh, beautiful.
stacking up the line score there for Tiff Pertin as she comes over into the shade. This is smart riding, staying in the powder. Now you can see the difference. The snow changes instantly once you get into the sun.
It does. Getting a little bit cooked there and then freezing overnight, the consistency is absolutely different on that aspect. She's making her way into this bottom tower and rolling off of it.
All right, so smart riding there from Tiff Pertin, the 2022 world champ, as she comes down into the lower apron now and enjoying the run out of all the powder as she crosses under that peak performance arch. And we are officially underway now with snowboard women as Tiff Pertin has wrapped up her run. Incroyable.
Incroyable. The reviews keep coming in for Tet Noldi Ski Resort on the Kakavani face here in Georgia. Bit of a butt check getting into this face, but it's a very steep entrance. Finding her first air, super nice grab, Derek, and then just smoking down through this first section before she lined up this sort of tower hit,
Yeah,
finding a cross-court landing.
I like that feature a lot. And then here's where she got a little, oh, it was just behind that, a little bit tangled up in the rocks, uncovering a bunch, but then managing a double out of that couloir. So line score strong, definitely going to be a bit of a docking control for Tiff as we saw her put her butt down. And then I like this little roll in, popping off and then transitioning down into that beautiful heel side carve through the powder at the bottom.
Super smooth, really strong and stylish, Derek. And I will just throw props to her for regaining herself after having that shark come out of nowhere, really.
Yeah, it's so hard when you're scoping. You just see powder. You don't know that that's only 5 centimeters of powder on top of nothing but rock. So Tiffany, a little come see, come saw on that one as the score coming in at a 65 to set the bar for the snowboard women. So Tiff will take a spot in the hot seat. We'll see how long it holds on with the rest of these talented women still stacked up at the top. But Tiffany Pertin having her say now, is it going to be enough to get her across the cut? We will see what the rest of the riders do that are going to determine or have a big stay in determining Tiffany's fate here.
Well, I would say the heat is on, Derek. She was really strong through that section, and we're heading back up to the top for Marissa Krozak from the USA.
Yeah, Marissa riding out of Bend, Oregon, loving riding up there at Mount Hood Meadows. She's got 2 fifths so far, which has put her in 7th place. Marissa coming from the film world. She's kind of, you know, starting to figure out how to put a competition line together versus a film line. And I kind of feel like as soon as Marissa understands that, she's going to be lethal here because her riding, her technique is so solid. And she is making her way out over this teetering cornice.
Once you're in, you are in, Derek. You can see how fast she's moving through that top section and staying on her feet, controlling that speed. Heading over into the sun, same sort of area that Tiffany went.
Yeah, it looked like Marissa got shot out of a cannon in that cornice drop in. And now into some of these features that really, and a 360 for Marissa. Clean. So really bringing the air and style game that we knew she had. We just haven't seen it yet, but now cards on the table for Marissa Krozak.
Look at that beautiful snow. She's making her way to her second feature here, lining it up and airing off of that really strong landing. Heading down through the guts of this into the, no, not, electing not to hit the meatball.
Yeah, Marissa Krozak going into this section that saw a lot of action in the snowboard men's field and clean out the exit now. She's going to get on that heel side and go rocketing across into this beautiful powder. So Marissa Krozak lighting it up on this face today. That was a very strong run, and she's not done. The up and over there as she's going to continue on. There are some features on this side. Catching that nose, big slash turn for Marissa as she wraps it up at the bottom.
Wow, and you can see her just milking that at the bottom there. A 360, super smooth, so clean. I can't wait to see what the judges think of that. She must be so pumped.
I think they're going to like it. I think they're going to like it, Katie, as she comes in.
It's safe to say.
Well, Marissa just catching her breath here as we look back at what she got started out just firing into this face.
Such a committing entrance, Derek. I know I've said it before, but she managed her speed really well there before she set up her first feature, which was a frontside 360, sticking it clean and then look at that.
Oh yeah, through the white room too. She kind of barreled herself and then popped 360 out of it. So clean there for Marissa Krawczak, and this slash turn on the nose right at the bottom. It may have looked like you might think she should have popped off to that, but it's parking lot flat underneath it. That was definitely a solid choice not to just boost herself to doom at the very bottom of her great run.
I mean, after sticking a spin, I would hate to have seen her go down on something like a feature at the bottom.
Okay, here we go. The score coming in for Marissa, 71-33. So Marissa Krawczak going to be taking over the hot seat from Tiff Periton with that solid run.
What a start. 2 super strong runs from the snowboard women's field. Love to see it. Marissa snaking into that hot seat, and Tiffany making her way out.
All right, well.
Get comfortable. Who knows?
The Dynastar hot seat, it hasn't seen a lot of changeover yet today, as we saw Victor sit there from start to finish.
Woo!
But Marissa, that pretty much summing it up right there with that very succinct statement. As we head back up to the top, our next rider, Spanish shredder, Nuria Castan-Barron. She's got a first and a seventh, basically a win and a crash so far here on the Freeride World Tour. She is locked in. Anything above fourth, she's guaranteed to be in. Fifth and below, it's a bit of a question mark, but Nuria sitting pretty with a win. If that seventh becomes a throwaway, then Nuria's going to be golden as she kicks things off here.
Looking to take 2 really strong scores into the finals, Derek. She is starting her campaign with an air that she went big on, finding a second air right off the top. Strong start.
Yeah, love this from Nuria as she's coming down now into this section that saw a bit of action from the snowboard men, checking up her speed, getting control, and into the gully. Nice and clean so far for Nuria.
And it looks like she got that grab as well. Little bit of a shifty. Beauty turns out through the guts here. Heading into a zone we haven't seen anyone get down through, and she found some air into this gully, doubling it up.
Yeah, popping out the bottom. So Nuria making the most of that terrain as she just plays with the sunshade line and picking up speed here on her toe side edge. Nuria, the goofy rider, having, I think, a bit of an advantage going toe side across there and pulling back in the same little exit gully we saw Tiff popping through. Solid, solid riding for Nuria Castan-Barron as she now makes her way through this sunny powder at the bottom. Little slash there. They can't resist.
No.
It's so fun.
Why
the
would
snow
they?
is so good. Yeah, they shouldn't resist. Heel side under the arch, and that is Nuria's run wrapped up and complete.
She really made the most of that, Derek.
It was fun.
It was fun.
So I love to see the smiles. All right, Katie, as we look back, she started things off really strong, airing right out of the start.
She went big on that first one, Derek, and then sort of controlled her speed before lining up for that second one. So 2 hits right on that top section before she worked her way down through the gully sort of fall line here, getting that grab.
Yeah, and then turning it into a little bit of a double there as she popped off, and then this lower section now rolling up and over and finishing the run off strong, carving toe side there for the Goofy Foot rider. So there's the line tracker for Nuria Castan-Barron. As we said, she won in Verbier, so a really strong start to the season.
Screaming at the top.
Whew.
Well, Nuria catching her breath. This is physical, and we are high here, 3,100 meters. So score coming in for Nuria as it goes into the 80s, 85, 3-3. So Nuria
moving into first place, taking the hot seat away from Marissa, from Tiffany before that. What a super strong run. She was fast, she was fluid, and she really worked that face.
Yeah, only 3 riders in, and we've already seen 3 hot seat transitions.
I'm so I'm super stoked that you tried, honestly. Thank you. I don't know what to say more, but how was the rest of the run?
It was all right. I did another air, and then I couldn't line up my bottom air. I just like.
All right, well, Marissa there and Nuria just catching up on the storytelling from their runs as both of them just having a blast out here. The Georgia Pro 2024, the first time this face has seen competition in earnest, and it is delivering everything we hoped and dreamed about. Our next rider, she is a young Chamonix French rookie. This young lady, she's a previous junior freeride world champion, and she is just backing that up now on the tour. Anna Martinez, well, we're looking here at Nuria Castambaron in the hot seat before we go back up to the start. Nuria making sure the sponsor's well represented there on the Dina Star hot seat as she gets comfortable. But how long will she be able to be comfortable with such a field of talented women stacked up top? Here we go. We're heading back up to that precarious start gate at the very top of the peak here. Anna Martinez, our best rider. She's got a second and a first, and she is on course.
Kicking things off, Derek, with an air into this face. Finding some nice turns and looking for that windlet, but unfortunately not getting enough speed, I think. So playfully sort of heading the other direction with it, getting a big beauty turn, making your way to the top of this feature here, sort of a spine air.
Oh, yeah, and into that perfect powder reception. So Anna Martinez finding the best snow on the face as she just makes her way right down this central gully, popping over this bit of pepper. Anna Martinez now coming onto the far rider's right side. We saw a lot of action here earlier, and Anna Martinez now, it's steep there as she's going to pop over this final feature.
Here it goes. Sticks it clean and mocking out the bottom. Heading into this bottom section, is she going to make her way to where some of the other ladies have gone as well? She is.
Yeah, that well-established traverse now providing a pathway for the riders to get there, and we saw as she gets up and over, she's onto this on the other side of this little nose and just riding the techie section and finding herself one final feature there, avoiding that buried rock at the bottom. So a little extra credit there for Anna Martinez riding out of Chamonix. That's a solid way to finish the run, giving the judges something to bite into at the end.
Totally. That's a nice hit at the bottom there, Derek. Really creative way to get on that little pyramid. And I shouldn't say little pyramid. Healthy-sized pyramid.
The snow was better than they said, right?
Ugh, hard to have a bad run today, it feels like, with these ladies just throwing down on this face, finding this spine air, which I thought was super cool, really creative, and such a nice landing.
Oh, yeah.
Bit more peppery in there, but she got the air she was looking for and then just smoked her way out through the bottom until she was able to line up this final hit. Beautiful way to end a strong run. Anna Martinez, 4th in the field today.
Yeah, such a strong run, such a strong rider, using those Chamonix Mountain Goat skills to full effect here on the Freeride World Tour at the Georgia Pro, as she is all smiles, and the score dropping in for Anna Martinez. It's up. It's a 77.33. So Anna Martinez putting herself into 2nd place, just behind the Spanish rider holding on to the hot seat. And that is an incredible showing there. So Anna Martinez, really strong run, not quite enough to knock Nuria out. I think a testament to how strong Nuria's run was as we just cruise over the Caucasus Mountains. You get a real view of how rugged this thing is. This is the competition face. This is what the riders are undertaking today. As we make our way up, you can start to see that tiny little pyramid of the FWT Georgia Pro start gate right above that big daunting cliff that we've seen so much action on already so far today. And we are going back up to Anna Orlova. Anna with a 6th and a 4th. She's sitting in 5th overall. If she wins, she's in. 4th and above, it's a maybe. Anything below 5th, it's going to be a back to the Challenger Tour for Anna Orlova. Riding out of Courmayeur, the Italian side of Mont Blanc. Anna Orlova loves powder. She's going to be right at home today.
She's on course, Derek, opting for that looker's right zone, which some of our goofy riders have made that same choice. finding a really cool air off the top there. That was big. And then smoking out through this beautiful snow. Look at that blow up.
Yeah,
I
and
love this spine feature airing into that same spot we just saw Anna Martinez air into, catching air as she's making her way through this gully.
Anna absolutely flying through the Tanildi Resort face here so fast as we saw her linking up a couple of no! The nose of her board just getting bogged in the snow, and Anna Orlova going down.
She's lost what looks like her helmet, Derek. She must have really smoked herself there. It is her helmet. The whole thing
it's
popped
not her
off.
head.
Thank God. Oh, oh man, that's brutal. So she just got caught up because she was absolutely flying.
Oh yeah, that was such good riding, and Anna was through the difficult part of her run. The two big
really
airs,
was.
no problem. That side hill feature, absolutely flying, no worries. And unfortunately, just bogging the nose of her board under that powder. It's tricky. I mean, pow riding, you know, you got to keep a little bit of weight on the back foot to keep the nose up and out of the snow. And that's a really heartbreaking way for that run to end for Anna Orlova.
That is, Derek. There must have been some sort of crust or something that caught her right there. Frustration, understandably so.
Oh, well, you could just see the heartbreak there for Anna Orlova as we saw where she needed to be to get onto the good side of the cut. So Anna Orlova, this air, so big, so perfect, right off the toe side edge, clicking, all cylinders firing there. And then she went into the spine air that we saw Anna Martinez, but she went pinned so fast.
She
I
really
love
did.
that approach.
Absolutely no hesitation into that spot, taking advantage of that track that was already set in there. Big, beautiful soul turns before lining that up. Look at the confidence in the way that she took that spine air, as we've been calling it. It's doubly heartbreaking. The adrenaline is so high. The emotions are so intense for her to be having such a strong run, really setting such a blistering pace, and then just absolute devastation with that toe, or with her nose getting caught.
Well, that is just the heartbreak of the Freeride World Tour when you have a run like that going and just have it ripped away from you in the blink of an eye. Anna Orlova being consoled there by Nuria Caston-Baron. As much as these riders are competitors and riding against each other, they are a family. They support each other. So Anna Orlova with a 39.67, that is a tough, tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, no kidding, Derek. I think that someone like Nuria in the finish corral with her can understand how hard that really must feel.
Big time, yeah. Nuria has been in that same exact position and finds herself sitting in the hot seat right now, so she's comfortable there. Anna Orlova, unfortunately not having her day here.
However,
at
the
Georgia
top
Pro
section was...
Yeah, spectacular. But we are going right back up. It is Estelle Rosolio. Estelle, she's been having a spectacular season. She was a rookie last year. She's a DJ, she's a coder. She is a spectacular snowboarder. She's got a third and a second. She is guaranteed to make the cut. So whatever Estelle does today doesn't matter because she is going to FWT finals. But of course, she's going to want to lay one down here.
Getting into this first cliff, Derek, she's taking her time, but then boosting off of it and heading into what looks like a bit of a chunderfield at this point, but she's stayed on her feet, finds this first wind lip, unfortunately not having enough air, sort of rotating off of that.
Yeah, like a butter three there. That feature has gobbled up a few riders.
It
we
really
saw
has.
a couple people go up onto it and not really quite be able to make it work the way they were hoping. And now Estelle Rosolio up onto this spine. We saw Anna Orlova put a clinic on this thing, but Estelle going on the other side where it's so steep and just popping off the bottom.
Cool. Taking it off the center of it, off the nose, and then finding her way into this gully pow field, making her way towards the meatball to line up another air.
Yeah, Estelle up, over, and off. and clean down through this section as she does have another hefty air below her. Estelle getting onto the heel side, just controlling the speed as you see the slough rocketing off. Oh, and just getting pushed over there to the rider's right.
The slough management there was really difficult, Derek, and having been in that position, you know that if the slough is coming, you got to be moving ahead of it.
Yeah, and kind of moving cross-hill there. So Estelle Rosolio, she is up and out. As we said at the top of her run, she's guaranteed a spot in FWT Finals. Oh, and Estelle just dumping it right meters from the finish area. So,
oh, there's nothing worse. Oh,
yeah, she hates
just like, come on. Come on.
But Estelle, you know, she's got a third and a second, sitting in second overall. So if she finishes below third, this will be her throwaway result.
Taking a moment, collecting herself.
And, you know, regardless of the fact that she is guaranteed to make it through finals, these riders all want to put their best foot forward.
Well, they're athletes.
In these, exactly, in these events. So we go back up to the top to check out the replay of Estelle Rosolio's run.
And when I say athletes, Derek, I mean competitors. They want to perform, and especially here in Georgia. Look at Estelle making her way into this hit here, airing off of it and heading over into a big air where the slough moved with her, and she just caught.
Yeah, it pushed her board out from under her.
Yeah.
And she kind of had to go.
She did. She had to take, I think she was hoping to go off the nose of it, but it was pushed towards the skier's right.
Oh, and then just hips getting a little bit behind her feet there, right in sight of the finish line. Tiff coming out with a big hug for Estelle. And we're going to see the score come in. Definitely a big ding on control there for Estelle Rosolio, 32.33. So that's going to be sixth place for Estelle Rosolio. She's just going to toss that one in the wastebasket.
Chin up.
She is moving on to FWT Finals. We will see Estelle in Fieberbrunn and Verbier as she is she's done here. And Nuria Caston-Baron now with only one rider to go. The worst she can do is second. So that is a huge day already for Nuria. She anxiously waits to see what happens with our final rider of the day. That's going to be Erin Sauvé, the Canadian rider out of Roslyn. She's the snow school director at Red Mountain. She ran the table on the Challengers last year. She had a tough start on the Tour in Verbier, but then came back swinging it home with a bronze medal at Kicking Horse. So Erin Sauvé, if she's first, she's going to finals. If she's second or less, it's still a maybe. There's no no's for Erin Sauvé. So it all depends on what she does and what the other riders do, as Erin pinned in the fall line right out of the gate.
The heat is on in this run, Derek. Such a committed entrance, and she really just made it look effortless.
Yeah, grabbing a little Erin style points there with the grab off the wind lip. And we've seen a bunch of riders taking advantage of this section. Erin Sauvé popping off that feature into the powder.
Nice.
And a nice heel side slash there as Erin Sauvé making her way across the venue.
That was a big air, Derek, and she's heading into this zone, getting another big boost off of that. Brake checking and putting maybe a hand down, maybe a knee down, I'm not sure entirely, before she gets into this lower section. Another big air.
Popping off now, heel side with a bunch of speed. Erin Sauvé flying through this section. So smart riding once again for the Canadian athlete moving across. There is another feature down here. You can see all the tracks leading towards that last piece. And we've seen a few different takes on this section as Erin Sauvé opting for this rider's right, popping off and adding another extra credit feature at the bottom.
Every single hit she took, Derek, she went big off of. A lot of speed into it, not a lot of hesitation rolling into those hits. That's really strong riding, and that's a real comprehension of the face itself.
Yeah, she loves it. It's been really cool to watch Erin's evolution as a World Tour rider. You know, she was really nervous, really intimidated by the visual inspection in Verbier, and every event has just gotten stronger and stronger and stronger. So Erin Sauvé,
I can't see the screen at
all smiles in the finish.
Are you happy? The question.
Oh, I'm stoked.
She's stoked. Let's take a look back here, Katie, at Erin Sauvé's run.
Such a strong commitment into the top section of this face, Derek. She made her way towards the first feature with a lot of confidence and then aired off of this one, getting a nice stomp there. heading into these features, going big off of that, getting a lot of sort of velocity in the air and travel.
Yeah, no, that was a smart move because if she did go down, she was lost in the powder cloud. So we'll never know exactly what happened. And then Erin, right off the guts of this one, pinned in the fall line and absolutely motoring out of that section. You can see a couple of slough paths there. And
nice
Erin,
last air here, Derek.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
beautiful. Right into the powder, sticking the perfect spot on that landing. Nice transition, and then clean riding and going big. That was impressive to watch.
yeah, so the only thing that the judges may have to nitpick on that one is that that heel side slash where she disappeared.
I love you.
Well, she loves you at home in Rosslyn, and we know Rosslyn loves Erin Sauvé. So this is the final challenge for Nuria Castambaron in the hot seat. Is she going to be able to fend off Erin Sauvé? Erin with a really strong ride there. Anna Martinez in second, and Marissa Krozak sitting in third right now. Erin Sauvé is going to be looking to have, you know, if she can get one of those podium spots, then she's going to be moving through to finals. But we've seen some really strong runs here from the snowboard women. So the judges have their work cut out for them.
They absolutely do. That was a very tight field, neck and neck, and a lot of strong stuff. I mean, we saw a spin, we saw lots of different airs. We saw, I mean, Anna Orlova's spine.
Look how nervous Nuria is sitting there, just kind of clutching her legs as she waits.
This day, this event, the cut day, it's major.
Yeah, for sure. It's crunch time, and it means a lot. So the judges, you know, they're just locking in on those criteria.
Again, though, girlfriend.
So much.
Watch you run.
We will be on the podium, I think, together.
Hope so.
So judges taking a look at the replay, just trying to lock in on all the minutia, all those fine details. They've got their criteria that they want to work with, and every single detail matters, especially in those podium spots. So it's always worth taking the time to get it right. You can see they've got a beautiful sunny perch up there on the side of the mountain as they lock in on Erin Sauvé's score.
Here it
It's coming in.
comes.
The number's ticking up.
79.67.
So Erin Sauvé into second place. So a podium finish for Erin Sauvé, and Nuria with a huge wave of relief as she is now unofficially
takes that first place, longest hot seat run.
All right, well, Katie, we're going to take a look at what happened here on the event scoreboard here as Nuria celebrating.
What a spectacular women's snowboard field that really was. There it is. That's our first place, Nuria Castambaron with 85.33. Erin Sauvé tucking into second place with 79, and Anna Martinez in third. Anna Orlova with a really strong run, but that heartbreaking crash at the bottom, and unfortunately scoring a 39. And Estelle Rosolio with her throwaway run, ultimately, with those two scores, heading into the playoffs. And there's our podium, Derek.
Yeah, bronze medal, Anna Martinez. Silver medal for Erin Sauvé, and Nuria Castambaron with her second win of the season. That is going to rocket her up the overall rankings as we take a look at what has happened. So we're going to see our overall scoreboard here. Nuria Castambaron sitting in first. Anna Martinez, now Erin Sauvé, and Estelle Rosolio tied. Erin Sauvé and Estelle Rosolio tied on 14-4. Tiff Periton, unfortunately, on the downhill side of the cut, along with Marissa Krozak and Anna Orlova. So those three riders are going to be looking in through that window, and the other four are making it through to the Freeride World Tour Finals. We're going to see them again when we go to Fieberbrunn, and we're looking at a tie. All right, let's go down to the finish area. We are going to catch up with Nuria Castambaron with her second win of the season. Nuria, how are you feeling about that spectacular powder run?
I feel so stoked. The snow was better than expected. They say it was crusty, but it was delicious. And I mean, super stoked to come back again first after getting last on the last contest. So yeah, I couldn't be more happy.
All right. Congratulations to Nuria, her second win of the season, and now sitting in first place overall at the Freeride World Tour going into FWT Finals. A spectacular showing from the snowboard women here at the FWT Georgia Pro. What a show we had from the ladies. All right, well, the Georgia Pro delivering electric fireworks as expected. Snowboard women wrapped up. The Georgia Pro is going to take a short break. We'll be right back with you after this. Welcome back to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. We are live here at the FWT Georgia Pro. My name is Derek Foose. I'm joined by Katie Burrell, and we are picking up the action with ski women here. Our next category ready to drop. We're going to take a look at the overall situation in the ski women's category, and it is tight. Tight. Manon Losky, the French rookie, sitting in first place, and then Astrid Chelus and Zuzana Vitek tied right now for second on 14.095. Hedvig Vessel, Molly Armanino, Lily Bradley, all sitting on the good side of the cut, and then we've got a few riders on the outside looking in, and then unfortunately here we see Justine Dufour-Lapointe and Taylor Dobbins, both unfortunately not able to join us here at the Georgia Pro. We miss you guys and cannot wait to see you back here at the FWT when you are ready to rejoin us. We're going to take a look, Katie, at the order the ladies are going to be dropping in today.
This is going to be a heater, Derek. Hedvig Wessel dropping first, followed up by Lydia Nelson, Sibylle Blanjean, Manon, and Astrid in 4 and 5, and the Lily Bradley, Zuzana Vitek towards the end of it. So the way that this could go, it's a potential shakeup. The whole thing is going to just be absolutely fiery.
Well, I cannot wait. I can't wait. I mean, we've seen already two categories, both sets of snowboarders, the men and the women, just blowing it up on this venue. Now we're into the skiers. We know they're going to want to do the same thing. They've just seen their snowboard buddies throw down, so they're going to be inspired. They're going to be fired up. Here's what you thought was going to happen with the Peak Performance FunBet fan favorites. Hedvig Vessel has 78% of you voting for her to be on the podium, and then the two French ladies, Manon Losky with 76% and Astrid Chelus with 48%. These two young ladies, rookies on the tour, have just been blowing up this year. You know, we saw Manon with the first time any female skier has done 2 rotational tricks in one round, a 360 and a backflip at Kicking Horse. Astrid opening the door with that huge backflip in her run. These women are really bringing the thunder.
Reminiscent of Hedvig Wessel's rookie year on the Freeride World Tour, where she came in throwing the biggest beast of a backflip we had seen in the women's field.
Let's catch up with Hedvig Vessel on her thoughts.
The ski women level this year is insane, and it's so sick to be part of it. So I see everyone as a huge competitor, and I think everyone can take the title and do really well. So, but yeah, I'm just trying to focus on myself and ski as best as I can on every stop.
Like, she reminiscent of Hedvig, also inspired by Hedvig. Both Astrid and Manon have said that Hedvig is a huge inspiration for them. They watched her compete when they were coming up as juniors, and that may seem like a long time ago, but these girls are young. They just popped out of juniors a couple of years ago. Astrid, of course, with a Freeride Junior World Championship title under her belt. But it is Hedvig Vessel, the first woman to drop in for ski women. This woman, her pedigree in freeride knows no boundaries. There's only one thing missing from her trophy case, and that is as an overall title. She wants it this year. But she said coming back this year, she wants to focus more on the experience. She wants to be open more to taking it all in rather than being quite so tunnel visioned on the results. And it is a brand new Hedvig, and a new focus Hedvig is dangerous for the rest of the ski women.
Well, she's on course, Derek, and when she's focused, she is a competitor, and that was a huge air to kick things off.
Oh my God,
absolutely
Hedvig
mocking.
lighting it up right out of the start gate. That's going to grab the judges by the throat as she comes in now onto this huge tower, pumping into the couloir, and Hedvig holding all that speed.
She is flying, Derek, getting that grab off that last air and heading into this one, another big air. Absolutely short work of this face coming down through the guts of it.
Full speed for Hedvig Wessel, sliding under the meatball now, going to catch the nose of this one as she puts her skis into the fall line. Cross hill enough to get the double.
Beautiful transition into that double and flying out the bottom. That was fire.
Yeah, aggressive riding for Hedvig Wessel. No hesitation, no slowing down. Exactly on line. That was a perfect run to kick things off for the ski women. And Hedvig Wessel now just enjoying this bottom section as it feels so good to ski the low angle pow after a banging run from Hedvig Wessel, the Norwegian rider, really making a statement at the start of this category.
Absolute sparks on the tires there, Derek. So much speed. Let's take a look at the replay. When she came in hot, smoking in through that top section and mocking down through into this next air. Look at that style in the air, getting that grab. Big, big vertical.
Well, the judges' categories just lit up like a Christmas tree there for Hedvig Wessel, ticking all the boxes, every single landing dead clean as she got feature after feature, the line score through the roof. She had to release that one maybe a little more crosshill than she wanted, but it allowed her to do that, which was huge for Hedvig Wessel to be able to link those two together.
That Scandinavian take on the cross hill to the air, getting that beautiful slough off the air and flying through it. She must be happy.
Well, Hedvig just catching her breath down there, you know. Athletic endeavor as the score dropping. Hedvig Wessel with an 80.67 for the first rider out of the gate. That's a statement from the judges. When they drop a score in the 80s for the first rider, they're saying something.
Yeah. They liked that, Derek, and I don't blame them. It was fast, it was smooth, it was powerful, it was clean.
I also like that. So Hedvig Wessel going to take her spot in the hot seat as we make our way back up the knife ridge here at the Georgia Pro. Our next rider in the gate is going to be Lydia Nelson, living in Glacier, Washington right now. She's got a 10th and a 6th, sitting in 8th overall. With a first, she can be on to the good side of the cut as we're taking a look. Well, if you speak Norwegian, you'll know what Hedvig was talking about there. As we do now go back up to the top to the start gate to Lydia Nelson. She's a Dina Star rider. And Lydia, if she wins, she's through. Third and above, she's got a chance. And anything lower than fourth, she's not making the cut. So Lydia Nelson now, she's a rookie on the tour. She was a junior last season, Katie, and now doing it here at the Georgia Pro.
Heading into this blind roll cliff zone and airing into, there it is, super smooth, really clean, flying down through this section to set up her second air. Strong start.
Yeah, turning that one into a double. Lydia Nelson taking her time with that, making sure she had the angle right as she now comes off this one with a 360, stopping it! Lydia Nelson bringing the freestyle. She is going to be fired up now as she comes lower into this section. She's going to have to make her way around that one. Looks like she might have wanted something else. Still probably her heart absolutely thundering after that 360 from Lydia.
Pausing there to collect herself as she makes her way into this bottom section that we just saw Hedvig in. And super smooth, Derek.
Oh,
no!
Oh, Lydia front punching. She's okay. She's waving her hands.
God, and she didn't lose a ski, so she still will receive a score. Oh,
she did. She did. We couldn't see it in the powder there. The powder hides everything. Lydia Nelson with such an enormous run there, and unfortunately just getting bogged in the powder on that final landing. Katie, take us through the replay.
Let's see it again, Derek. I could watch this run all day. Look at that air, so smooth, and there she just went front. Over.
It's deep. you know, we heard it from Nuria. The snow was deeper than they were they were expecting.
Yeah.
And so maybe the landing gear set just a little too much under the hips instead of out front, maybe heels down first.
Yeah.
And Lydia Nelson going over the front there. And really unfortunate, as that 360 was magic.
Yeah, I mean, the whole run was really, really, really fun to watch. Spectacular, strong riding, and an absolute heartbreaker with that front punch at the bottom there. But she should be proud of herself. That was really good.
Absolutely.
Really great.
Lydia really just showing what she's got there.
What she's capable of.
She's only 19 years old. I'm confident Lydia's going to go back to the Challengers and earn her way back onto the Freeride World Tour. So you could see, she did get a little tangled up there, but managed to hold on to it and then put herself into the approach for this, which was so spectacular.
Spinning left and absolutely stomping it. There was a little bit of pull on that left ski, but she managed to hold on to it through that sort of chopped up snow there.
I love that turn.
So smooth, unbelievably smooth. And then unfortunately, that front punch. She's got a little snow in her goggles. Took a bit of a hit there, Lydia, but we are thoroughly impressed here in the booth.
Yeah, a huge statement from Lydia Nelson. And we're seeing the level, especially with the freestyle elements in the ski women, just blowing through the roof.
Yeah.
You know, multiple riders doing 360s and backflips, all up and down the field. So Lydia Nelson with a really strong run. Unfortunately, that is going to mean that she's not going to make the cut. And we're going to see Lydia in the Challengers as soon as she's able to make her way back home. We're going straight back. Well, there we see Hedvig. That's a big challenge fended off for her, sitting in the hot seat for the Peak Performance rider. She's got a beautiful spot in the sunshine. Do a little tanning there. And we go back up to the top. The Swiss rider, Verbier local, Sybille Blangeon, with a 6 and a 7, sitting in 7th overall. That's one spot below the cut. If she wins, she's in 4th and above. She's a maybe. Anything under 5th, and she is out and back to the Challengers. So Sybille Blangeon, she's only 24 years old. It feels like she's been on the scene and on the tour for a while as a veteran, but she is still young, and Sybille right into the heart of things.
Wow, skiing like a veteran, Derek, making her way off that top roller and catching a big air off of it before working her way through this beautiful snow, finding a feature, airing into it, nice and smooth into that chute.
Yeah, really aggressive approach, as Sybille has been kind of come to be known for, popping off this air now into the couloir. She's going to get her setup turn out there in the sunny powder and now working away. There's lots of ways that you can take this section.
There really is. It's a super creative zone, and interesting to see the way that the different women take it, and that was big and fast, Derek, and I am really enjoying her watching her just milk this bottom section. Look at that, just...
Yeah, it feels so good. It feels so good. And you can see just laying out turns, popping a shifty there. Sybille Blangeon is going to be happy with that one, as she was top to bottom, aggressive, powerful riding.
Super powerful. And I was going to say claiming it, the C word in that bottom section there, and stop myself, because the last thing we want to see is a wipeout in that zone. After such an impressive run, look at how just confident and strong she took off that top hit. The strength in the legs to hold on to that, and then making her way to this next feature where she got another really nice air into the chute there. Nice, smooth, fast approach.
The judges' fluidity bar just through the roof for that run from Sybille, as all the way from top to bottom, she was in the fall line the entire time. You know, we didn't see her point cross hill on that bottom one to pick up the double, but I think it enabled her to go way bigger off the air that she hit, and that's her style. That's how Sybille does it. She's aggressive, fall line. That's the Verbier way.
She almost had this like sort of smooth sort of transition in the air.
Oh yeah, she's a smooth operator. The judges have had their say. Score coming in for Sybille. She is into first with an 85-6-7. The judges loving it. It was almost like she took Hedvig's run and just dialed it up a notch.
Yeah.
All the, a lot of the same features, but just a little extra juice to it. And the judges loved it, and Sybille loves it. She is fired up. She was one spot below the cut. She has done her part now to get herself into the FWT finals. And there's nothing more she wants than to be performing in front of the home crowd in Verbier at the end of the season. She's got to win at the Extreme in her trophy case. So she's going to want to go and back that up. Well, she's done her part now. But the other women have still their opportunity to have their say. As you see the start gate, and this young lady is leading the Freeride World Tour in her rookie season. Manon Losky, only 22 years old, peak performance rider with a big smile there. She just exudes joy whenever she starts skiing, and I love to see her approach to this.
And it's a joy to watch her ski, Derek. So stylish off that top cliff. Super smooth out into that top section.
Yeah, love to see the patience, just holding onto the fall line, not trying to slow down too quickly as she's coming now into this section where we saw Lydia spinning a 360. Manon lining it up,
360, stops
holding on.
Wow, Derek, she is on fire through here. Finding
Manon
this
with the backflip. Oh, both. Manon Losky now just trying to hold on as she flies off. No, she's down. Manon Losky goes down. She could not hold on as she picked up so much speed into the approach to that bottom air. 100 miles an hour off that bottom cliff. That was just getting wilder and wilder and wilder as things ramped up for Manon, and not quite able to hold on. Another run with a 3 and a backflip in it. She's looking for her GoPro. I think the drone might be able to see it.
That was rowdy, Derek. I was losing my mind as she smoked absolute flames into that backflip and was was holding on to it until that bottom air. Look at this technique for that beautiful backflip, 2 bolts. That is textbook brake checking right there before losing a
well,
bit
now
of
she's
control.
stuck in the fall line. And so she pins it off that one, lands in a bomb hole.
Yeah.
That might have been where we saw Lydia go down as well. And so there's a bit of a crater there from Lydia's front punch. And Manon landing right in that bomb hole, her feet stopping. And she is not stoked with that. We're stoked with the good parts. But you know, these women are such fierce competitors.
Well, yeah, they want perfection, Derek. And I mean, if you look at the meat of that run, it was close to it.
I mean, what we're seeing in the ski women's field right now is rapid evolution. I mean, a run like that in a couple of years ago, well, we've just not seen anything like that. And Manon has just taken it and amped it up to another level.
Ski ninja-ing.
You can see the plates there on the surface.
Yeah.
That's kind of the crustier side of the face. So Manon getting her equipment reunited with her, but she has brought the thunder here. The peak performance rider. You know, she was handed that Red Bull helmet, and now you see why the folks offered her that opportunity, because she is just carrying this into another dimension right now.
Elevated, Derek, elevated. That was unreal. Absolute heartbreak, backseat bomb hole, unfortunately, out of the bottom of that fall line cliff where she was absolutely flying. What a strong rider. Absolute weapon. We're going to see big things out of Manon.
Yeah, and for those of you worried about that with her crash, it doesn't matter. Manon Losky is making the cut. She is going to FWT finals. You can see the crowd absolutely loving it. Manon, just take a bow there for the performance that she put on. Sibyl with the dad cam right in Manon's face. I'm sure that's going to be some pretty good footage as we move on. What a run from Manon Losky.
Looking at it again, Derek, right into it off the top there, so fast. Lining up for this 360, spinning left, super strong.
It was super.
Super. Yeah.
And now she tosses that airplane turn, pins it into this backflip, lays it out. She gets the landing, but what she doesn't have now is control. She's going so fast after this, and she gets caught up in the fall line and ends up having to just pin it off this thing. Maybe a little backseat. She tries to hold it.
Yeah. She had it at the top of the cliff. She really did as she started that air, and it was unfortunately the snow at the bottom there that I think participated in the crash.
Yeah, so Manon Losky, though, I mean, that is a run to be proud of, as we're going to see the score come in there. It's going to be a 45, which is actually still a pretty high score when you have, like, a
yeah, with a wipeout.
All right, so she's stoked. Hugs from all the friends there. That's the Peak Performance team manager, Nicholas Lundgren. All right, we are going to head up to the top with another member of this new generation, Astrid Chelus.
I think our generation, we are trying to push the level with maybe more freestyle or more tricks. I really want to try to do 360. I never try in competition. Maybe a 360 or...
These women are not messing around today. Derek, you heard it from Astrid herself. They are looking to push the sport. They have the tricks. They've got the freestyle. They've got the strong technical skiing, and they're linking it together.
So Astrid right now in the overall is sitting tied with Zuzana Vitek for second. So just behind Manon Losky, and she is underway now.
Airing into this top section, so stylish. I love Astrid's style.
Oh, a huge send there, but going down, not quite able to hold on, as I think she overshot the transition. These gully systems do belly out, and Astrid flew over the wall, probably wanting to land a little higher on that, but took it right down into the flats and absolutely pancaking herself.
And that's what we were saying, Derek, about this face, the Cacobiani face. It is complex. It's undulating. It's not necessarily fall line everywhere you're approaching it, or exactly how you're approaching it. And so the way that the boost you get off of some of this stuff, here we can see it again. Super smooth off of this first air, heading into the second one, getting...
Well, I love that airplane turn. Yeah, she went too far. She just went too far. She needed to land on the wall, and she landed after it bottomed out.
Right.
So Astrid Chelus just splatting in the bottom of that gully. So it looks like she's okay. She just needs to get reunited with her pole there for the French rider. So again, for those of you at home, Astrid Chelus guaranteed to make FWT finals, sitting with Zuzana Vitek in that tie for second. So this is going to be her throwaway result, and she definitely went huge on that one. So exciting riding. These two French rookies just bringing the thunder to the ski women's field. And even though it didn't quite work out today, that's a big statement made.
100%. It's guns blazing with both Astrid and Manon, and I love the fire with which they're approaching their skiing. They're not leaving anything on the court. Or they are leaving everything on the court, I should say. I got that backwards. And
I know what you meant. We know what you meant.
Excitement.
And we love to see it. Astrid just with that trademark speed and pace. She's known for going fast, and she certainly did that. Unfortunately, maybe a little too fast.
Yeah.
And, you know, the thing about some of these riders, and we've seen it in some of the ski men, they're young, and they sometimes make young rider mistakes. A little too much heat in a section that requires maybe a little bit of a gentler touch, maybe a little bit of a brake check.
Yeah.
They're all gas, no brakes all the time, which is why we love watching them. But there are times like that where it just doesn't quite work out. And so the two French compatriots, two of the biggest rising stars on the Freeride World Tour, both going down, but going down with
swinging.
Yeah, big time.
Well, it's great that we'll get to see more of Astrid in Fieberbrunn, in Verbier. Here we see it again.
I love that airplane turn.
Yeah, it's
changing
so
direction
smooth.
in the air to put herself into the fall line, and then just nuking off this ledge. There's the landing.
Yeah.
There it goes past her, and she's out into the flats, and that's the end of Astrid's campaign here at the Georgia Pro. And then you can see her now just cruising her way down.
When we said that the face was steep, we meant it. That's that same kind of effect that a face like Verbier has, where the steepness of it results in so much more boost.
Yeah, exactly. And that one, the steep part kind of flashed past her, and then it bellied out, and unfortunate for Astrid, she went down. But we're going to see her back in the mix. She's waving to all the friends at home. So score coming in. She did keep her skis on, so she gets 20 points. That's good enough for fourth so far.
Taken down in that top section, unfortunately.
So her and Sabile just catching up there as we go back up to the top. The ski women's field, electric here at the Georgia Pro in 2024. The first time we've been on this face in earnest for the Freeride World Tour, and it is delivering in spades as we go back up to that start gate. We have another French rider, Megan Beton. Megan, she has not had the best of luck 2 times this season. She's had a weird edge catch and gone down for a no score. So she's holding on to a 9th and a 10th. Megan needs to win. Anything above 3rd is a maybe,
Copy.
and anything below that is a no. So 4th and down. So even with a win, it really depends on what some of the other riders do. Megan, she's going to be swinging for the fences here, and that's what she needs. The Chamonix rider, Megan Beton, the Dynastar athlete, is on the face here in Georgia.
Airing into this first section, Derek, really smooth. She nailed that landing, and now she is smoking through this top section, finding a windlip cross court and heading into the gully.
Unfortunately, just a little low for that one, but luckily she's got a plan B, airing over, just looking like she either just cleared the rock or just clipped it. But Megan staying on her feet now as she moves into this section, this cross court part. Airing into the gully, clean again for Megan Beton, getting way out on that wall.
No fall zone right there, Derek, as she makes her way around this pyramid and into the meatball, where she is going to line up this bottom section. 1, 2, and 3.
Oh,
no!
Oh, Megan into Tomahawk Town as the third piece of that triple feature, taking her down. That was aggressive for Megan Beton as she went. We knew she had to go for it. She had to put the pedal to the metal there, and she certainly did that, but just not quite able to complete the trifecta there of that triple.
Setting up for a 1, 2, 3, super fast, lightning speed, but unfortunately that snow there taking her out.
Well, let's see exactly what caused it. She got up onto the meatball. This triple is an aggressive set of moves. Now she is absolutely flying, just getting the corner.
Ooh, it's just hard. It was harder than I think she was expecting.
Yeah, I think she landed on a track too.
And so she wasn't quite positioned to take that, to absorb that hit, and losing her skis there, going down sort of on her right hip.
Yeah, that was a big slam for Megan Beton. You can see her now just being reunited with her equipment. The ski runners getting put to work here at the Georgia Pro here in 2024. So Megan Beton, she needed to be in the top 3 if she wanted to make the cut. So that for her is going to be, unfortunately, on the downhill side of the cut. And Megan Beton is going to be off to the challengers should she choose to go that route. The Chamonix rider not quite having the experience she wanted to today, but certainly going for it. We're seeing, we see this sometimes in a category where everybody looks to elevate the game, and we've seen 3 big slams in a row from these athletes.
Yep, I mean, lining up for a triple is ballsy and awesome. Super badass, and unfortunately did not stick that.
Yeah, only Sabile and Hedvig actually so far clean runs, as we are 6 riders in. 2 clean runs and 4 huge crashes.
So much speed from all of these women, though. They are riding aggressively and they are riding fast.
Yeah, nobody's holding back. It's crunch time, and you can't. That we talked about at the beginning of the show. There's going to be some strategy choices.
Yep.
Well, Ski Women's strategy has been all in.
Yes.
Throw the dice and see where they land. So Megan Beton, unfortunately, not having her way with the face today, but there are still plenty of talented riders up there who want to. Our next one in the start gate is going to be Tahoe rider Molly Armanino. Molly right now with a 3rd and a 9th. So she is sitting overall 5th. That's just uphill of the good side of the cut. Anything above 3rd, she's in. Anything below or 4th and below, it's a maybe. Again, depending on what happens with some of the other riders. We've seen some of the threats to her go down hard today. So Molly Armanino, always one for a spectacular show on the Freeride World Tour.
She's a really technical skier, Derek. She could give us anything today. She's got spins, she's got freestyle tricks, she's got that billy goat ability, she's got the big airs. She really can do anything. It just is a decision-making process with this strategy approach on the cut day. And here she goes, heading skiers right out on this cornice. The Free Ride family cheering her on as she approaches this, call it Victor de la Rue cornice that he opened this entire face up with huge air into it. So smooth and stylish while in the air, absolutely flying through the top section here.
Yeah, now Molly getting out into a section we haven't seen any other skiers in, popping up and over now. This is Billy Goat Town for Molly Armanino. as she comes into the sunny side. She said she was a little worried about being in this sunny section of the face because it is a little crusty, but it's just to find her way over. And now this section has not seen much action, any action, in fact, as Molly putting the first track in over here.
So steep, so creative. Look at that slough. Look at how she is working with it, finding her way down through this spine in the center of this massive face.
Oh, yeah. Molly Armanino now into the exposure. It's Sharky there, but
Wow.
she can handle it like the veteran she is. Look at what she's skiing
Oh.
above, and Molly going down.
No. Oh. Oh, my God. No.
Molly getting carried over all of those cliffs.
I'm hoping that the slough
She's moving. She's waving. She's
protected
okay.
her.
She did go over that with a cascade of slough. She's still got both skis on.
Wow.
So Molly Armanino taking an absolutely horrendous fall over multiple stages of cliffs. Happy to see her up after that. That was, I mean, she put herself right into the Nar, looking back up almost as if to say, what just happened?
That was a super badass line,
Cool.
Derek.
So
She's
bold.
So, like, that is
Yeah,
confidence.
You really got to back yourself to put yourself into that situation.
Totally.
And Molly Armanino, she is probably in the ski women's field one of the most technically proficient riders. The crowd loving it. Sybille Blanchon on her feet out of the hot seat for the Scott rider. Hedvig checking in that she's
on her.
okay. Molly bounced off a bunch of rocks there.
She really did. She managed to get up pretty quickly after what was a very gnarly crash. My heart was in my throat as she was going down over that massive cliff band.
Yeah, kind of looking there like she's just more heartbroken. I love this approach. You can see all the ski men are up there watching
Sneaking.
Molly pump off the
Wow.
cornice there. And then all of the speed, and look at that technique, legs way out to the side, putting herself into the absolute heart of the Nar on this face. And Molly Armanino billy goating through, and we're going to see where things fell apart for Molly.
This is an absolutely unforgettable run from the ski women's field, Derek. This slough is where it got her, forcing her to sort of hip check, and then, 1, 2, 3, it looks like she's hitting rocks all the way down. That is a brutal waterfall to go over.
Yeah, so Molly put herself directly across the path of the slough that she had released earlier, took her feet out from her, and then just sent her on that cascading tumble through the rocks. I mean, you know, we don't talk about it a lot, but the protective equipment that the riders are required to wear, a helmet, back protector, they've got the shovel probe in their backpack, transceivers turned on. That's not for show. There is consequence to playing in these big mountains, and Molly Armanino showing us what those consequences are. Hopefully just bruised, battered, and for sure the ego took a hit on that one for Molly.
She's feeling some intense emotions, and the adrenaline that is pumping through her body after a crash like that has got to be intense, Derek.
Yeah, she's going to feel that one. So still only Sybille and Hedvig executing clean runs. Manon Losky with a cartwheel is still sitting in a podium position here right now. As Sybille and Hedvig, we go back up to the top though. Sun Valley, Idaho's Addie Rafford. Addie's another one who's had a tough start to the season. 8th and 8th, sitting in 9th overall. If she's first, she's in. 3rd and above, it's a question mark. 4th and below, it's a no. But Addie may take a little, no, she's not going to take solace from her compatriots going down, but it may make her path a little bit easier. But I have a feeling we're not going to see Addie let off the gas here. 22 years old. We've seen her, I mean, the 360 that she threw off that enormous cliff in Verbier just showed us what's in the heart of Addie Rafford. She's here to put on a show. She is such a great skier, and she's got such immaculate style. I love watching Addie ski as we wait for her to drop in.
It's impossible not to fall in love with Addie when you watch her ski. She makes it look so fun, effortless, smooth, stylish, and really just playful. The ski men cheering her on as she gets ready to drop in.
Oh, I love this scene at the top as Addie popping in off the cornice, and where there's only one track in this section, Addie turning back, getting direction, and popping a 360 to start her run clean. Addie Rafford getting things started with a
Such a strong skier.
All right, well, we are back with Addie Rafford here. Lost the middle section, but Addie Rafford with that 360 at the top. Now coming in this section with a lot of tracks in it, and you can see it starting to bump the riders around. Addie getting straight off the nose, collecting perfect transition there. Really smart riding as she makes her way across the slough that some of the other riders have cascaded down the face. So Addie Rafford now on this traverse. There is another feature up and over, getting the grab. Always stylish from the Sun Valley athlete here.
What a beautiful run, Derek. She's so fun to watch.
Yeah, just adding that playful element. She does everything with style, and the crowd at the bottom loving it. That 360 at the top. I mean, this is a judge sport, and getting the judge's attention at the beginning is so important, and Addie did exactly that.
And our third clean run from the ski women's field. Maybe. We did lose a section of her run there, so.
But she's not snowy, so that's a good sign.
That
She's
is
not
a
covered
really
in snow.
that
we'll
is a
take
really
a look
good
at the
sign.
replay here.
Here it is, Derek, the 360, so smooth, 2 bolts. What a stylish move. Looking at it again, you can just see how confident in the air she is.
And it's
the
high
awareness.
risk.
It is high risk.
Doing that at the top of your run.
You're absolutely right.
And
She committed.
This is the part we didn't see of Addie's run. In that gully, you can see the slough just pouring down as she gets across right off the nose, and then that connection back with the snow. Such a perfect transition, bumping over the tracks. You can see as we move through the day and the sun starts to pick up a little bit of power, the tracks are starting to set up a little bit. So line tracker for Addie, very direct, very fall line. Is it going to be enough to kick Sybille Blanchon out of that hot seat? I don't know. That's going to be up to the judges. Sybille was extremely direct, high speed charging. Addie with a completely different approach to the face, but equally as spectacular. All right, the
Here
score
it comes.
dropping for Addie Rafford. It is a 78-33. So Addie moving into third place there. Addie Rafford now sitting in that podium spot, the go-ahead position, and Addie needed to be above, like third or above to get in. So she's kind of in that go-ahead spot, but it's going to be anxious for her as we still have 2 really strong athletes at the top who are going to want to do everything they can, not to knock Addie out, but to put themselves on the top of the box today at the FWT Georgia Pro. As we see all the ski men are stacking up there, it's been just a pleasure to watch them cheer the ladies on who have been making their way out. Sybille Blanchon been in the hot seat for a while, watched a few of her friends go down as we get ready for our next rider, which is going to be Lily Bradley.
And that free ride World Tour pyramid giving us an idea of the scale of this face here at Tet Nolde Ski Resort in the Caucasus Mountain Range in northern Georgia, 5-10 kilometers really away from the Russian border. Such incredible mountains out here, Derek.
Oh yeah, so the ski men anxiously waiting for their turn here at the Tet Nolde Mountain Resort. They're using the snowboard men as ski ninjas as they figured they would be best suited. Lily Bradley, they are fired up. This athlete has returned from a knee injury. Kicking Horse showed that they are back and firing at full strength, and Lily Bradley is on the face here in Georgia and pinned already.
Tahoe local, absolute personality, mocking into the top section of this run. They're heading towards this wind lip and catching some air off of it, managing to stick that.
That wind lip proving really difficult for some of our snowboard athletes, as Lily Bradley now catching that wind lip as a hip, and they are making their way through this section. It is a little bit crusty here in the full sun affected. You can see Lily getting pushed a little bit, but now she's back into the shade and the good snow.
And they're into this chute over to the skiers left of this face and heading into a massive cliff band.
Oh yeah, Lily Bradley have put themselves over a ton of exposure.
We love to see it, that jump turn into the super smooth down through that heavily exposed section into a massive cliff. Derek, that is a spectacular run from Tahoe local Lily Bradley.
Well, and you can see the joy in their body language there as Lily just doing the wiggle dance.
That was awesome. We love to see it. What a technical run.
Well, and a huge air there for Lily Bradley. We've only seen one other rider take that one on. That was Cody Bramwell.
Dude, that snow is fucking whacking my son. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean,
So that's
sure.
our first piece of feedback about this, the snow and the sun there. And there is Lily again, so smooth in that first top section, brake checking, but managing to stay on her feet through this first wind lip.
Yeah, tricky there. Almost getting caught up, but they managed to just hold on and bust that foot through. And then this is where it gets serious as Lily Bradley punting off that air. Perfect landing and then pinned. Patient. I love that turn. If you turn the other way there, you're going to crash. But Lily just showing the patience of a veteran.
And they really did their homework to set that cliff up with that approach in through the exposure.
And then this, the just kind of celebration worm wiggle from Lily Bradley as they make their way through the Sunny Pow into the finish. So the judges are going to have to get to work on that one.
So much fun to be around Lily. Such an awesome character on the tour.
Yeah, so nervous moments potentially for Sybille Blanchon. Again, you know, the only thing that the judges may have to nitpick on that one is a couple of those little hang-ups on Lily's skis in the snow, that upper wind lip, and even one step above it. And then they got busy at the bottom with that huge air, perfect execution, and the run out absolutely nailed. And you could see, again, the body language. They were just fired up.
And here it is, Derek.
Is it going to go into third?
78-67, third place for Lily Bradley with a spectacular run.
All right, well, Lily, second and above was a hard yes. Third and below was a question mark. But with the number of crashes we've seen from the field, that's going to give heart at least to Lily Bradley. We don't know how the math is going to work. Here is where we're sitting. Lily just slotting in front of Addie Rafford and just behind Hedvig Vessel, who's holding on the second. And Sybille Blanchon right now cannot do worse than a silver, which for Sybille is definitely a strong statement to put herself on the good side of the cut. But there is another rider, and this athlete, the Scott rider, already has a victory on tour this year. One of maybe the highest score we've ever seen in ski women on the Freeride World Tour in Verbier, and then slamming in Kicking Horse. So Zuzana Vitek on course here in Georgia.
Boosting off that top cliff, Derek, and making her way onto this face with a bang.
Yeah, so Zuza Vitek opting for the maybe more traveled route that we've seen a bunch of the riders take on, popping a 360, getting hung up and going over.
Front punching over the bars, unfortunately there. This women's field is firing.
Oh yeah, and Zuzana, the only other rider other than the French pair of Manon Lowski and Astrid Chelus that is guaranteed to make finals. So Zuza, I think, felt she had the freedom to really just send it there and going for that 360. Left spin, she got a little hung up in the takeoff and then going head over heels. Luckily it's soft there, Katie, because that was a big slam.
That was a big slam. You can see how fast she's moving down the face after losing both of her skis. That's gonna be felt tomorrow. But I mean, you just got, I'm just so unbelievably impressed with the show that we're getting from the ski women's field. It's elevating like crazy, and there is Sybille celebrating. She knows she's taken that first place.
And first place has more than just first place for Sybille Blanchon. That means that she does make it through the cut and will be heading to FWT finals. First was the only way she could guarantee it. Anything below that was a maybe, depending on how the other riders kind of fared on the face today. So Sybille Blanchon with a huge relief as we see the ski runner coming down. I think Zuza's got all her bits and pieces. Maybe she's missing a pole.
I think there's maybe a pole still MIA.
No, she's got them both.
Oh, okay.
Zuza's got all her parts. Fully functional skier there, Zuzana Vitek. So this is going to be a throwaway for her. She'll be scoring a first and a fifth. She came into this one tied for second with Astrid Chelus. We'll see what happens after this, but she is guaranteed to head on to Freeride World Tour Finals. So Zuzana Vitek going down swinging.
I mean, an absolutely unforgettable run Zuzа had in Verbier to kick off the season. Derek, people I heard just this weekend still talking about it here in Georgia. No one can get that run off of their minds. And then a 5th place in Kicking Horse. That's not the end of Zuza on the Freeride World Tour today.
Nope, she's going to be moving on. We'll see her at Fieberbrunn for that 2-run format. And I think the 2-run format potentially going to deliver a lot more fireworks from the ski women, especially with what we've seen today with the freestyle element. I mean, the number of 360s from different riders across the field, some stomped, some not so much, but everybody going for it.
It was big sends and big crashes today in the women's field, and Sibylle is celebrating justifiably so. What a power move to need a 1st place and to get it.
That's huge, huge from the Verbier rider. So that's going to be a no score for Zuzana Witek, but she can shake that one off as she knows she's going on to finals. Huge hugs there for Sibylle. Looked like she's maybe even wiping a tear away, tears of joy. This is the roller coaster of freeride, the heartbreak and glory. We're going to take a look, Katie, at what happened in the event as we see the scoreboard.
Here it is, Derek, the women's ski field with a 1st place for Sibylle Blanjean, 2nd place Hedvig Wessel with that firecracker opening run, and Lily Bradley securing the 3rd spot on the podium. Just behind her, Addison Rafford with really just like a .30
just outside.
Difference.
And then all crashes. From 5th down is just wreckers. Everybody going down swinging. Sorry, not swimming. Manon Lowski and below going down. So the ski women's field showing up and blowing up here in Georgia.
What a show. Oh, wow. Look at these individuals, such strong athletes.
It's a little bit of a musical chairs game as we try to line up the flower ceremony. This is the in-broadcast podium. So in 3rd place, Lily Bradley. 2nd place, Hedvig Wessel. And Sibylle Blanjean with the win, securing a spot in FWT Finals. All smiles here at Ski Women, as we're going to look now at what this has done to our overall ranking. I have a feeling things have shaken up. All right, so Manon Lowski still holding on to the top spot, but now Hedvig in striking distance. Astrid Chelus into 3rd. Zuzа still Astrid and Zuza tied. Sibylle Blanjean and Lily Bradley. That is who is above the cut. 3 stars and stripes just on the downside. Molly Armanino, Addie Rafford, and Lydia Nelson, all on the bad side of the cut. So a heartbreaking day,
of a day
for those athletes. And then Megan Beton, Justine Dufour-Lapont, and Taylor not here. So that is how things shook out. A huge day at crunch time here in the Georgia Pro.
Heartbreaking day for some of these athletes, Derek. There was such spectacular skiing. I mean, Molly Armanino, Billy goating her way, opening up that spine, fall line, and crashing over the waterfall.
All right, we are down to the finish with today's winner, Sibylle Blanjean, riding out of Verbier. Sibylle, you needed to win today to secure your spot in finals. Tell us about the mental side of it, how you put that line together, and then executing on the day with that huge run.
Well, yeah, I knew I needed to win. It was very hard mentally. I was doubting a lot, asking myself so many questions. But then I was like, you know what? I want to do that run. I want to do that big cliff at the top. And I'm just going to ride for myself and hope for the best with the results. So I'm super stoked that it worked out.
Well, it sure did. Huge congratulations to you, Sibylle. A big win at the very first Georgia Pro and stamping your ticket onto FWT Finals. A massive day for today's winner, Sibylle Blanjean. Incredible riding here on the face. Unbelievable showing from Ski Women as we wrap things up with fireworks across the board. 360s, backflips, crashes, and glory. Incredible showing from the Ski Women. The Georgia Pro will be right back.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the 2024 edition of the Freeride World Tour. We're kicking off the season in Verbier, Switzerland. Blake Marshall now stuck in the fall line as he flies off this bottom feature.
And he can't hold it. That was spicy.
Going for the biggest air of the day. The gap in his track from takeoff to landing, enormous. Kicking Horse Golden BC Pro. We are fired up.
Huge floating clip to stopping it.
No! Fuck!
That's it.
I've been trying to push my skiing as much as I can, and sometimes it goes, sometimes it doesn't. And this year it hasn't really been on my side so far.
Lacking a bit of confidence in the first competition.
And oh my God!
I am where I am right now. However, I do need a really good result if I want to still fight for overall championship.
Didn't get to push it as hard as I wanted to. See if I can put one down. And
now I've got nothing to lose, so time to go for it.
No regrets. I tried to go big.
Welcome back to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. We are live with the FWT Georgia Pro. I'm Derek Foose. I'm joined here by Katie Burrell. We are bringing you all the action. And the next category on deck today, ski men. We have had incredible showing from the first three categories. We're going to take a look at where we're sitting in the overall ranking for ski men. It is tight. Max Hitzig with a commanding lead. He's got 2 wins under his belt already. He's going to want to back that up with another one. Turdell coming back from, he was a wild card last year. He got 6, sitting in 2nd overall. And the rookie Ben Richards in 3rd. And then it's just a who's who of action. And then right down there at the cut, we've got Maxime Chablot on the good side, Wei Tian Ho on the outside looking in, but the points difference between the two riders is nothing. And then all the way down, Kendall, Dylan, A. Paul, and Colton all in the 7,000, so all of them can have their day. And then as we get down into this lower section, these guys need to win if they want to move on. And wow, well, I'm sure we're going to see.
We've seen it happen already today,
yeah,
Derek.
Exactly.
We're going to see even more out of the ski men's field. Always a spectacular show.
Yeah, so you can.
Let's take a look at how this field is going to roll out with our start list. Oscar Mandin taking that first bib draw. Jackson Bathgate following it up. Marcus Gogan, an absolute tank in the 3rd spot. Maxime Chablot. And then Max Hitzig down at the 14, sort of middle of the pack, our current leader. Abel Moga, Kendall Goodman. Abel arriving late last night as well. Carl Regner Eriksson, the Swedes, 21. It's a stacked pack. It's going to be an intense day.
For sure, yeah. I mean, we just saw the ski women kind of absolutely throwing down. Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites, 69% of you. Nice seeing Max Hitzig on the podium. Max Palm with 40% of the votes, and Marcus Gogan with 38% of you betting that he is going to find his way onto the podium. Peak Performance Fun Bet. Get your bets in. It is fantasy free ride. It's so fun to get yourself in the mix, put a little skin in the game. There's leagues out there you can join. We've got the Free Ride Guide podcast league. If you want to jump in and try to beat Mark Warner and I, you can in the Peak Performance Fun Bet game. So here we go, ski men on deck.
Those 3 gentlemen in the Peak Performance Fun Bet, always good for something big.
Yeah, roller coaster runs for sure. One of them, Max Palm, we haven't seen land a run yet this year, but we know he's due, and he's going to come out firing as we make our way through the field. But Oscar Mandin is going to be the first guy out of the gate. He's the rider out of Avoriaz. He's kind of the comeback kid, 18th, part of that no-score gang in Verbier, and then coming back swinging in Kicking Horse with a 2nd place run, putting him into 7th overall. So anything over 10th today, and he is is off to finals. 11th and below, it's a question mark depending on what the other athletes in the field do. You can see this this phase starting to get some tracks in it. We heard a few riders talking about the sun-facing west aspects are definitely funky in the crust. But these riders, you know, they're equipped for it. And they are some of the best skiers on the planet. And this man is going to kick things off. Oscar Mende coming off a second place. He's riding a high of confidence after that silver medal at Kicking Horse, the Morzina Vorjaz rider, kicking things off here for Ski Men in Georgia.
Skiing past all of his buddies before this drop-in, committing Cornice. Making his way into this first feature, a massive backflip.
Stretching it out, Oscar Mende.
Absolutely stomping it.
Perfect landing. Oscar Mende getting things started with a bang here.
Wow, 360 into this shoot. Oh, and hitting those rocks. Somehow back on his feet and just continuing like he didn't just hit a wall of rocks.
Yeah.
Making his way down through the gully here. Super strong turns. Lining up the meatball.
All right, Oscar stepping up and onto it. Turning fall line. Making it a double and clean out for Oscar Mende. So that 360 really kind of proving his undoing. But the backflip at the top was unbelievable for Oscar.
Massive. Took my breath away. I truly was speechless in that moment. Watching that backflip happen, just the amount of time he was in the air.
Yeah, that was a big statement from Oscar Mende. Unfortunately, not able to put together a clean run, but he did, as you said, yeah, the emotions just pouring out there for Oscar.
It's got to be intense to kick off a field that stacked, and he's feeling it right now. Frustration. Knowing what he's capable of and knowing that he just...
Yeah, it's funny with Oscar, we never see middle-of-the-road runs. We see podiums or crashes from Oscar Mende and never anything in between. So unfortunately, this one coming on the crash side for Oscar Mende. The judges are going to get to work on that one. It is going to set the benchmark for today as we look back at the way Oscar opened this up.
Look at this backflip, Derek. It's absolutely massive, and it's so clean. The judges loving that.
Yeah, there's a big kick on that lip, and you can see the arms going way up over his head to stretch it out.
Yeah, fully extended, and then heading into this 360, super smooth in the air, landing a little bit off camber and just throwing him to the left, unfortunately stacking him against those rocks.
Yeah, lucky he got his feet out. It looked like the connection with the rocks was just the bases of his skis. And then Oscar sending it off that one, zooming past that one that we saw some of the riders able to line up into a triple. I think getting the angle of turning that into a triple is tricky for any riders.
Apologizing.
Tous les copains. Ah putain, fait chier, hein, c'est 3-6.
Yeah, unfortunately down on the 360.
Oscar taking a moment to catch his breath while he waits for his score, visibly frustrated. And here it is, Derek.
All right, score dropping for Oscar Mende on the 52-3-3, so he's going to take the hot seat. Have a feeling he's not going to be in there for too long, as we do have a stacked field of riders, and everybody up top is going to want to put down a clean run. Oscar making a big statement. You can see all the ski men stacked up there. Everybody ready to put one down. The who's who of the Freeride World Tour. It's great. You can see a lot from the top as we go back to the start gate for Whistler Freeride Club. Jackson Bathgate, the second man out of the gate today. He's the 2016 Junior World Champion. Right now he's got an 11th and a 9th, putting him into 10th overall. Second and above, he's guaranteed. Third and below, it's a maybe, as Jackson Bathgate out of the gate and heading over to the skiers left.
He's right into it, Derek. Lining up 2 hits off the top into this wind lip section, making his way towards skiers left. Getting an air and a spin off of that wind lip. and then heading towards this chute.
Completely untouched zone out here. Jackson Bathgate forging a brand new path. So into this chute, as we start to see underneath, there is no clean way out of here. Jackson Bathgate in the closeout, into the fall line, catching a little bit of rock and then way across up onto this wall. So a really creative look at line selection for Jackson Bathgate as he comes over and over and moving back into this really rugged, rocky section. Jackson Bathgate now.
Final air out of the bottom there. So clean, super smooth. That was a really creative run here on the Kakviani face and classic Jackson Bathgate riding.
Yeah, Jackson threading the needle in that technical section as he came into it. It didn't look like there was a...
That was rocky.
It's got a really nice layer of beautiful snow, but right underneath some of it, especially on those super steep sections, it is sharky.
Yeah, intense run as we take a look back here at Jackson Bathgate's run.
Getting right into it off the top, Derek, 2 airs, and then making his way skiers left towards this untouched zone, but not before this 360 off that wind lift that has proven to take down some of the other riders.
Yeah, and he had to redirect right away or he was going to shoot off another cliff. And then getting into this closeout section, you heard him say, holy cow, that was rocky. You can see him leaving rocks in his tracks as he comes into this crusty section. And then this, a little bit, I think he might have been not quite in the spot he wanted for that one. And then this technical double at the bottom.
Super technical, showcasing both his ability to find his way down through a chute like that into an air.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Katie. Hey, boys.
Shout outs to all the homies at home. Jackson Bathgate bringing a 74.67 for that run. So he's going to take the hot seat over for now from Oscar Mandin. Jackson Bathgate's twin brother Cooper, of course, competing on the Freeride World Tour for years. And we'll be looking anxiously at his brother's result here. These guys, you know, twins. We've seen a few sets of twins over the years on the Freeride World Tour. Jackson Bathgate now sitting in the hot seat, and it's going to be anxious moments for him as he looks up at a stacked field of ski men after that run.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever you want. You know how it works.
The dad cam being passed over to who's ever in the hot seat to get those reactions as the riders come in through the gate. So raw. So vulnerable.
Yeah, love it, love it. And the footage they've been getting from the hot seat cam is just epic. So we are back to the top. You can see on the split screen there, the next man out of the gate, another Whistler Freeride Club rider. That is Marcus Goguen, making a big splash as a wild card on the tour last season. The intensity on his face. Marcus is another member of the Crash and Podium Club with a crash in Verbier and a podium at Kicking Horse, and he wants to back up that Kicking Horse result here with a huge result in Georgia. Only 19 years old, sitting in 9th. So for Marcus, anything over 8th place today is a guarantee into finals. 9th and below, he puts a question mark on it as we get set for Marcus Goguen.
Right into it, Derek. 360 off that top hit and stomps it.
Unbelievable way to start this run off for Marcus Goguen as he is now pinned, going cross-court with a huge backflip into the gully, getting control and keeping things going. Marcus Goguen
again. What?
Whoa, with the cork 7. Now Marcus into the fall line.
Absolutely
and flying through the bottom section.
Airing over that entire left section, holding on to it, almost lost it with the right ski there, and boosting.
Massive transfer at the bottom. Marcus Goguen holding on. This is a roller coaster. Always exciting, always entertaining, and he is through the arch.
That was unbelievable, Derek. Oh my God, a few.
What the hell? Oh my God. I don't know how I managed to pull that together.
A few touch and go moments there for Marcus, absolutely, but just kicking things off immediately with this massive 360 into the guts of this face. And then right away,
backflipping into that gully, straight back into the fall line.
Getting the
holding
control.
on. And then this cork 7 taking off early, having to really he looked like a cat just twisting and then fall line bouncing over those rock sections. And this transfer at the bottom, we've seen people land there. Marcus is 15 feet in the air, sailing past everything.
Wow.
He said it better than we ever could. How did he hold that together? This kid is such a talent. He's so strong. The skill to put that back to back to back to back.
Yeah, he is pumped, and he should be. Holy smokes, 19-year-old.
All right, here we go. Score coming in for Marcus Gauguin. 98! Oh my God! Unbelievable score for Marcus Gauguin. The judges have 18 more guys to go. That's the third man out of the gate, and they've only given themselves 2 points to play with.
Have you seen a 98? When is the last time you saw a 98, Derek?
I think Logan Pahota at Kicking Horse off that giant nose way back. I don't know that I've ever seen a 98 from the third man to drop. So Marcus Gauguin, the judges are making a huge statement with that score.
The bar is set.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's Ski Men. This is what we get. So Marcus Gauguin taking his spot in the hot seat, but we go straight back up to the 2022 world champ. He's 22 years old. He's sitting in 11th right now, just one spot above the cut. It is Switzerland's Maxime Chablot, and he wants it bad. He's in 11th overall. Maxime Chablot knows now what the bar is.
Boosting into the course, finding that beautiful transition, and sending the windlip backflip.
I like the whip-lip. Maxime Chablot getting now up onto this. We haven't seen anybody.
Another
huge backflip. Perfectly
stomping
stomped. Wow, Maxime Chablot now making another huge statement, going for the 360, clean again, as he is motoring into this lower section where we saw the snowboard men go up onto the meat mall, but fall line, cross court now, double. Is it going to be a triple?
Triple, so fast, 2 bolts flying out of that bottom section. What is this field?
Wow, well, Maxime Chablot opening up a brand new section up at the top, and he is pumped. You can see the body language, that big fist pump. He's stoked, bunny rabbiting his way through the powder as he passes through the giant peak performance in Georgia arc. He is fired up.
Oh,
yeah! Nice one, brother.
He laced his run, everything.
Fucking insane, man.
I'm gonna cry.
Yes, sir, bro. Wow.
So much emotion, absolutely laced everything he wanted to. Really feeling it. Let's see it again, Derek. This was a spectacular run. Right away, the backflip
on
off
the
of that whip flip, backflip, right into this sort of tower of a feature.
I love that flip. He's got to redirect right away to make his way around that, or he shoots off another cliff.
It's it requires a super technical landing and a lot of awareness while you're in the air to make sure that you don't just go flying off of that no fall zone, really, into this triple at the bottom.
Redirecting and then early takeoff. That was really smart for Maxime Chablot. He pulled his feet up. Sometimes you need to pop, sometimes you need to absorb. And I think if he popped that one, he would have carried too far. So really clever riding for Chablot, the Swiss rider, with another huge run. We're 4 guys into this field, and we are just seeing lightning in a bottle unleashed in Georgia. The judges.
What are they? Hearts.
Merci, maman. Merci, papa.
All right, well, Marcus Gauguin sitting on a 98 in the hot seat. Maxime Chablot with a banging run himself as we wait for the judges.
105, 177, never letting me down.
All right, into the 90s, a 90.67 for Maxime Chablot. We're gonna have to stretch the scale out to 150 if this is the way we're gonna go, or just start to work in single or double-digit decimals to make room for these.
Straight onto those rocks? Yeah, look, you can see my bottom hole fall line, and then I just went straight, and then I ended up hitting this air down here. I didn't even hit the double, I just traversed over. Man, I saw you like really
going left. And I was like, oh, the rock, the rock.
Oh, well, the storytelling there from Shablo and Gogan. We're back up to the top. Niseko's own Tenla Katsuno, the young rider out of Japan, only 23 years old. He's sitting in 10th. He's got a really strong result from Verbier, not quite as solid at Kicking Horse. Tenla now starting things off for his campaign here in Georgia.
And he's right into it, Derek, with a super smooth air into this top section and a backflip, textbook, stomped.
The way these riders can just link features up with tricks, now spinning on that one. Tenla Katsuno making a huge statement as he moves across. This is all rock below, and another backflip.
Sort of off-camber backflip off of that wind lip, and a massive air into the guts of it, flying out the bottom.
Wow.
Every single run.
Tenla Katsuno just making short work, and now coming with full speed as he's lining up this transfer. You can see landing a good 20 feet short of where Marcus Gogan flew off that thing. Tenla Katsuno now the glorious powder turns at the bottom as he is under the arch for another clean run from the ski men's field. Unbelievable showing. Just goes to show what you can see when the snow is on for the skiers here at the Georgia Pro.
Good, so good. Happy with it? Yeah, sick. So fun. Happy for you, bro. Oh, yes, sir.
They have video game conditions, and we are seeing it in real time. Tenla with a backflip right away to start off his campaign, and then spinning a 360 off the top section into that beautiful untouched snow. Super nice turns, and then sending another backflip sort of cross hill off camber, which is super impressive in terms of air awareness, and then boosting out the bottom here, getting a grab.
Yeah, tweaking it out there, always stylish for Tenla Katsuno. You can see the line tracker there, getting across and just stacking feature after feature after feature for the young Japanese rider. So anxious moments again as the judges get to work. The sun is out in Georgia, and these riders are having their way with the
360, and then I just wrapped it around D-spin. That was it was, I don't know.
D-spin, that's what it's called.
And then after that, you went so fast. Yeah, I just
I love hearing them catch up with each other. Tenla,
91.67.
Nice. Holy, so eclipsing Maxime Chablot there with that run. Tenla Katsuno moving into second place with a 91.67. Enormous scores here drop in.
And he's got to be happy about that after Kicking Horse.
Yeah, with the 10th there, Tenla needs a 6th or above to get himself into FWT finals. There's no breaks, though. We are back up to the top with the reigning Freeride World Tour Ski Men's Champion. This is peak performance rider Vali Rayner. Vali with a 14th and a 4th, so sitting in 9th overall, riding for Scott as well there. 6th and above, and he's in. 7th and below, question mark. Now, a couple of riders already had their say on this face, and you cannot count Vali Rayner out. He's such a strong rider. He's the champ, living in St. Anton in the Arlberg region of Austria. He's got some wins under his belt, and this man is here to play. Vali Rayner now out of the gate and on course with the champ.
So much hype as he enters the course. Airing in off the cornice, making his way off a big booter, and another one.
Turning that into a triple drop right out of the gate. So getting things started with a bang. Vali now coming into this feature. We've seen a ton of people freestyling off it. Vali Rayner opting for the straight air, now pinned into this wind lip.
Backflip, huge, stomped. Checking his speed, lining up another feature at the bottom here, and
going cross-court across all of it, and stomping for the champ. Vali Rayner with another clean run. The Ski Men's Field lighting it up, and Vali not done yet as he comes back across, getting this takeoff, tweaking the shifty out, and he is wrapped up top to bottom. Fireworks from the champ. Incredible skiing from the Austrian rider.
That was so fast, Eric. Kicking it off with a triple up top. Absolute smoke behind Vali, the champ, to reply to what we've already seen on this face.
That was
That was so dope, Valley.
Big compliment there from Marcus Gogan. As we see this triple at the top, Katie, so committing.
So committing, Derek. It is so steep, that top section, and then right into this massive backflip.
Yeah, landed perfectly, controlled the speed so he didn't hit the pepper. And then Valley taking this from a different angle and quite a bit bigger than anybody else has so far today.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was massive, the way that he sent it off of that with that cross-court sort of angle. It gave him so much more loft.
Yeah, lofty, lofty air from the champ, Valley Rayner. Another clean run here from the ski men's field, and the peak performance and Scott Ryder waiting now for the judges to have their say. He is pumped up. The score coming in, ticking up to 82.33. So Valley Rayner putting himself into fourth. Anything above 6 at the end of the day, and he is going to be into finals. That's a big threat fended off there from Marcus Gogan from the reigning world champion, Valley Rayner. He is done, wrapped up. You can see the media frenzy there as Valley made his way out. Marcus Gogan holding on to the hot seat. Tenla Katsuno in second. Maxime Chablot in third as we are heading already back up to the top for our next rider.
Well, anyone that has made their way to the zone here off the backside of Tetnaldi Ski Resort is getting a theatrical experience, to say the least.
Absolutely. So Thibaut Magnin, he is a Spanish rider living in Andorra. He is, I mean, he's competing at the highest level, Olympics, World Cups, X Games at slopestyle, having getting a wild card onto the Freeride World Tour. He's a rider that needs to win here anywhere in the top 7, and he is a maybe. Even with a win, it's not guaranteed for Thibaut.
So Thibaut is going to come out swinging.
Yeah, and he sure is already pinned into the first section as he is across into this section that's seen so much action. Thibaut popping the shifty there as he's now coming towards this windlip that we've seen a bunch of riders use as a trick feature. And Thibaut with the backflip clean.
Smoking down through this bottom section, Derek. Another air at the bottom, super strong, lightning fast skiing from Thibaut, an explosive rider.
Well, Thibaut now, is he going to come? Yeah, he's going to come across. No, he's decided to get into the powder. Thibaut Magnin, the Spanish rider, across this powder flat section. So if the judges are going to nitpick a little bit on that one, it might be a line score, as he didn't quite have as many features as we saw from the likes of Chablot, Tenla Katsuno, and Marcus Gogan. But big cheers. This guy is one of the most enjoyable people to spend a minute with on the Freeride World Tour. That
100%.
Trademark huge smile.
100%, and such an exciting classic free ride skier. Super fast, so strong down through this top section, and then boosting a massive backflip off of that wind lip that we've seen quite a few people hit.
Well, that line from Thibaut Magnin, clean top to bottom. I loved his entry into the venue from the very top. And Thibaut Magnin, a big part of this ski men's field, and holding it down for the sponsors there as he stands.
Taking advantage of those unreal conditions and just having a beauty run.
Yeah, having a blast out there. The Georgia Pro delivering everything we hoped and dreamed about.
I don't know. I was first. I don't know how you pull that around. I don't know either. It went like D-spin on me. Yeah. He stomped it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the riders, I mean, everybody coming down just saying to Marcus, like, what?
The level is truly insane.
All right, so the judges now getting to work on Thibaut Magnin's run as they're going to line it up against the 5 categories and line it up against the runs that have come before, as they're going to see where that's going to slot in. Score now dropping for Thibaut Magnin with a 73. So he puts himself into 6th place as we are making our way through the ski men's field. Marcus Gogan comfortable in the hot seat as he is, well, he would love to secure his first Freeride World Tour victory here.
Wouldn't he ever?
Yeah,
with a 98, it's going to be hard to beat, Derek.
Yeah, I mean, every single feature had a trick. He was pinned from top to bottom. There was no slowing down, but it was clean, you know, a flawless run. Back to the top, though. Ben Richards, you know, a product of the New Zealand Junior Freeride Tour and all the great things that that we've seen Dion doing down there. This guy is the heart of the New Zealand freeride scene, and Ben Richards, a product of it, sitting in 3rd overall in his rookie season. I love watching Ben ski. So smooth, but so powerful.
He's so stylish, Derek, and he's kicking it off right away with a big shifty off of that top section, those 2 blind rolls into this lip, boosting off of it, catching a little air, and heading over towards the skier's left section.
Yeah, popping a little shifty there. This is where the snow gets a little bit funky, this west facing stuff, but Ben staying in there for as short a time as possible as he comes over this enormous cliff with a giant 360.
No!
Catching an edge and then driving himself into the gully. I hope Ben's okay from that.
Oh, that was a hard hit.
He is moving around, and there's the wave. Ben's all right. You can see the GoPro just folded over there as the transition from steep wall to flat bottom of the gully coincided exactly with Ben getting bucked forward over the tips of his skis, and that was a heavy impact for Ben Richards. Really happy to see him up and moving from that one.
His ski is quite a ways up from him, Derek. That was a massive drop that he sent that 360 over. We can see it again here. Look at the scale and size of that thing. He's in the air for so long, and he stomped it beautifully, but then out through that section, just the transition of snow.
Well, that is going to be a highlight reel move. He had it, and then it was the transition into the flat bottom of the gully. It's like the bottom of a half pipe. If you're not lined up with it correctly, he just got squashed by it. And Ben Richards going down hard. I'm glad that snow was soft there, as Ben now just looking to pick up the pieces that he has left scattered on the face. Look how deep the snow is. I think that was a saving grace for Ben there.
And also how steep it is, Derek. I mean, what do you think that size of that cliff really was?
I'd put it in the huge range, I think, for Ben Richards.
I wouldn't want to say a number because I'll just get roasted for saying it for it being wrong. But it's massive. We saw how long he was in the air for, and we see how far he traveled when he crashed from where his ski popped off.
And the set of the rotation, I mean, let's just give Ben Richards credit where credit is due. He had to set that so slowly for it to come around to 360 at the right time. And please, at home, keep in mind that these riders have never hit these features. They've never even stood on the lip. So they're making these calculations based on the view through binoculars. And for him to get that exactly right, that rotation, the set so slow, but bringing it around right in time to connect with the ground. Unfortunately, the transition with the bottom of the gully, a bit too aggressive for Ben to hold on to. As we see, it looks like Holden Samuels. So the snowboard men are the ski runners for the ski men's field. So Holden coming down to bring Ben back the pieces of his life that he left scattered on the face here. The Georgia Pro delivering some serious ups and downs here, Katie.
Absolutely roller coaster of skiing here today, Derek, and he's just cruising out the bottom here. I mean, Ben Richards, such an incredible skier, such a smooth, stylish skier. What a heartbreaker there
to little bro powder run there with Holden. That may have been Brian Stennerson. I might have got that wrong. They both have orange suits.
It was Holden Samuels, and it's nice to have a fellow comrade there to bring your skis to you, understand what you're going through in that kind of a moment.
Dude, worked out great. Yeah, I was kind of surprised in the run. And then I got so good. Yeah, you got going pretty quick there. Yeah, it was huge though.
All right, so no score for Ben Richards.
This was insane.
Just reiterating what you said, Derek.
Ever seen around that guy? So sick.
Ben and Marcus here.
Nice work, brother. Cheers, bro.
Yeah, just trading stories.
Talking about that split decision making that they are having to do in the air as they're surprised as to what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. He said he was surprised to stick that. So incredible here. Marcus Gauguin, Tenla Katsuno, Maxime Chablot. That is the top 3 so far in the ski men's field, but we are only 8 guys in, and we have many more stacked up at the top who are looking to blast their way onto the good side of the cut, including this one, Dylan Flinders. Dylan suffering a bit of an injury coming into the event here, dislocating his shoulder, but not letting that hold him back. The Dynastar rider sitting right now in 14th place overall. So he's looking for first for a guarantee. 10th or better is a maybe, and anything under 11th is going to be a no-go for the Snowbird Utah rider, Dylan Flinders, looking to get it done here. And those trademark techie turns, a 360 right off the top for Flinders. And going down, heartbreak there for Dylan Flinders as he couldn't quite hold on. So aggressive in that approach.
A strong start up there, Derek, and then heading down through these guts, airing off of the side of that tower feature there and coming around into this air. Nice, smooth, straight air.
Getting a little caught up in some of the old tracks there. One of the things to keep in mind as you're watching Dylan still continue this run is you can salvage some points. You know, yeah, sure, he went down on a big move at the top, but you can put a few points on the board still. And for Dylan, it's going to be possible. Whoa! Firing off that, the closest we've seen anybody come to Marcus Gogan's bomb hole on that bottom feature. So Dylan still bringing the heat at the bottom and looking to put a few points on the board to see if he can maybe salvage a result that'll put him on the good side of the cut, but he is devastated.
Well, it's safe to say that he came out guns blazing, shoulder injury or not. He was looking for a win there.
Yeah, just showing the emotion. The riders wearing their hearts on their sleeve here. Dylan Flinders starting things off with a bang. The hand drag 360, bringing it around perfectly, getting a little squashed, and then across the fall line.
Yeah.
The pressure builds exponentially when you put your skis across the hill like that.
Super nice airs, getting that grab out the bottom here, Derek, and almost getting caught up there, sending a really beautiful air off of that. Tracks in there getting a little chundery and then boosting off of this bottom transfer.
To the moon there for Flinders as he wraps up his run, but you could see it on his face as he came through the finish line and shared a hug with Marcus. He is just completely gutted by that. Really unfortunate to see Flinders go down, as I love watching this guy ski. So his score coming in into 45, so that's going to be 8th spot for Flinders.
Pretty soft, just getting cooked up there, eh? Yeah. I felt that.
Well, you can see it on his face, you can hear it in his voice, but still cheers from the rest of the squad as we get a look at just how rugged these Caucasus Mountains are.
We are out here, Derek. I mean, it was 6 hours via train and 4 hours via car to get out to Mestia in the Svaneti region, and it has been worth it because the snow and these mountains are unreal.
All right, back to the start gate with Blake Marshall, another rider out in New Zealand. New Zealand just churning out world-class freeride World Tour athletes. Blake Marshall with a 19th and a 12th. He needs to win here if he wants to get himself onto the good side of the cut. So we're going to see fireworks from Blake Marshall.
Blake Marshall with a big 360 out the gates and then smoking down through this top section. A big shifty tweaked out off of that wind lip.
Yeah, Blake Marshall staying on the good side of this, and another wind feature as he is into the powder paradise. We try to catch up with Blake.
Another
huge 360 where we saw Ben go. So Blake Marshall roasting now across. There's only a couple features left. He is going to go double, trying to get control. Blake Marshall cross-court, lands it.
Wow! Another member of the Crash or Podium Club, Blake Marshall, when he puts it down, he absolutely puts it down, and we just saw it there with 1, 2, 3 360s and the flexing.
Oh yeah, Blake Marshall is happy with that one. He needed to deliver, and he did. A huge performance.
Wow, what an
So gangster, Thank you, brother. That was sick.
So much fun to watch Blake ski.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, he is fired up.
As he should be.
The Kiwi rider earning his way back through the challenges as we start off with a bang here from Blake Marshall.
Love to see it again. Look at how big that 360 was, Derek, to start it off, and then sending this wind lip, tweaking it out, heading into this pepper zone and keeping it together for 1, 2, with a bit of a course correction in the middle there to get so much speed and land exactly where he wanted to.
Yeah, all the way over that traverse track that cuts underneath that cliff face, which is kind of, it sets up a little bit of a mini transition, and Blake landing perfectly on the downhill side of that. A huge statement
Look at
from the Kiwi.
I was wondering if you could get enough speed to make it over the wind curl on that first one. Yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering too.
Watching from the top, boys. Yeah, I bet.
So casual.
Hey, everyone back in New Zealand. Thanks for staying up and watching.
Oh, yeah. The Kiwi freeride community is so tight, and Blake giving a huge shout out to the rest of the friends at home. An enormous run from Blake Marshall, and really playing it smart by staying on the good aspect where the snow is still powder.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Derek. We've gotten reports by listening to some of these guys in the finish corral talk about how it is starting to get a little sun-cooked up there. And here's that 360 again, seeing it from another angle with those drones flying so high up above the Kakani face.
Blake, one of the few riders on the tour that prefers to do his 360s to the right, so both of those right spins.
Thank you. Mate, I was so lost for the top, and I saw you, I was like, you are the man.
Well, this really is, as much as it's an individual sport, there's a team aspect to it. Sometimes riders going earlier in the field, putting a track in, and, you know, these guys chat and talk when they're doing their face check and inspection. So a lot of them, you know, they're not really keeping their lines secret from each other. They're talking and they're like, oh, you're going first, you're going to put a track in. So Blake definitely benefiting from a track there, able to find his way.
And here's
the
score
coming in, and it goes to a 92! Blake Marshall putting himself into second place.
Wow!
A huge run from the Kiwi.
Oh my God, Derek, the heat is on.
We are 10 guys in, and we have 4 riders in the 90s already. The snow and the face here in Georgia delivering the canvas that these athletes needed to throw it down, and that is exactly what they're doing. So Marshall blocking 10 left, down to third, and Chablot off the podium so far, but we are nowhere near finished here as we go back up to the top to the Region 2 Challenger winner from last season, Colton Schaff, riding out of Bozeman, Montana. Colton with a 9th and a 17th. Anything above second, he's guaranteed. Anything above 12th, he may make the cut. So Colton Schaff on course now.
Waving to the other guys as he drops in and sending it into the first top section here. What do we have in store from Colton Schaff, Derek?
Yeah, Colton floating a couple of nice smooth features now as he again moves his way onto the good side. 360 into crust land there. This you can see this is sitting in the sun, so it's cooking in the afternoons, but Colton not going to stay in that zone for long as he now comes into the shade. He's going to make his way all the way across this chute.
Lining up.
Well, there's no easy way out below this. The Billy Goat style here, Katie.
Major exposure underneath him, Derek. And he's making his way right through into that chute. Super technical, nice line choice. The slough, you can see it coming down, and he just airs over it and out in front of it. Wow, smoking out the bottom.
Interesting one for Colton Schaff. I wonder if that was the exact plan that he was looking for, as it's so blind in that section. It's completely convex, and then it rolls convex to vertical. As you can see, our vision of it is so different than what the riders are seeing.
Dude, I want to miss it. Yeah, it's so rocky. It looks tough. Yeah. Dude, that was the most.
Yeah, you could hear him just say, did you miss it? Yeah, it was so rocky. So not the plan exactly that Colton Schaff was looking to execute there in that lower section.
Recalculating as he made his way into that skier's left section after those 2 super silky airs off the top. And this is where Colton got really creative with this nice 360 off the top, and then heading into this chute where he lined up this really smooth entrance into that sort of mini coulee.
Yeah, and wrapping around that, I think, instead of off it, but the air into it, he just picked up a little bit of speed, and you can see in the line tracker where he would have wanted to go left and pop off that where Cody Bramwell went. He was unable to execute that. So Colton Schaff, you can see a little bit of disappointment in his face as that score is going to come in at a 65. So Colton Schaff into 8th place there so far in the ski men's field. But again,
hey, Marcus. Thanks, brother.
All right, well, we're seeing this face just deliver fireworks. Marcus Gogan, Blake Marshall, and Tenla Katsuno, your top 3. Chabot and Valley Rayner rounding out the top 5 for ski men as we head back to the top for this man. Another one who hasn't had the best luck or maybe the best decision so far. The peak performance rider, always explosive, such a talent. Max Palm in the gate, he needs to win. Max Palm, even with a win, it's not a guarantee as he's got 2 big crashes so far from Verbier and Kicking Horse. So Max Palm going to be looking for lightning in a bottle in Georgia as he gets things started here.
And he's heading further left to 360 off of that top cornice.
Wow, above exposure.
What?
Now lining up a huge backflip and connecting perfectly. So Max Palm making a statement with the start of his run and carrying a ton of speed up onto this rocky section. Max Palm going into Billy Goat Town. He's got to fend off this little crusty section. There's only one track in here as Max Palm now opening up a brand new feature.
Wow, massive air that we haven't seen opened up yet. This left racing down behind him as he works cross court to avoid it and find his way into even more terrain.
Yeah, we saw Molly Armanino get rumbled in this section. Max Palm, no! Ski coming off on that double and going down, somersaulting through the Gnar. As Max Palm going through such a technical section with just an incredible run behind him. And then it looked like I don't know if he got caught up on a rock, but something flipped him. That's going to be a tough retrieval as it overcomes Max Palm with the emotion of understanding what that means for the season.
I mean, to link the features he linked at the top, the tricks, and get exactly into where he wanted to be just to have a ski clip come off on a double rock here. This is the moment, Derek, where he airs into it and that massive shark just grabs him.
This is one of the most difficult parts of visual inspection. You look at that through your binoculars, it looks good, it looks like powder. You land on that powder, it's not powder, it's 2 inches of snow on a rock. And you can see his legs just buckle there where he hit it.
Heartbreaking for Max Palm.
Yeah, this is the dice roll of going into those really steep, gnarly, rowdy sections. We saw Jackson Bathgate have to fight to get through that kind of stuff. We saw Molly Armanino get gobbled up by it, and Max Palm, another unfortunate victim. I don't think a ski runner can get there.
I don't think so
Max
either.
is going to have to go get his own ski, unfortunately.
He's hiking. I mean, Derek, what you were talking about earlier with the way that these guys are picking their lines.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's so hard to know what's under that snow. And for Max, I mean, he saw snow and he went where he meant to go. But unfortunately, the surprise there of finding that rock in the landing.
And as you said at the top, he needed a win to make the cut. And this being cut day here at the Georgia Pro, stakes are high.
Well, for sure, and that was a potentially winning line.
It
I mean,
absolutely was.
completely different than what Marcus did, but way more technical, way more exposed, way more difficult, and the judges factor that in the line scores. So that certainly had the capability, especially with that huge 360 up or backflip up at the top and the 360 at the very top. Marcus Gogan probably getting some text from his mom and dad saying, "Great job, honey, you've done a nice run."
Also trying to protect himself from that Georgian sun, which I'm telling you is hot.
Yeah, it's beating down here. If you're wondering why we ran the event on -1 of the window, this is exactly why. The weather was forecast to heat up. We knew we had today beautiful, but then it was going to cook today. And so coming back tomorrow, then it gets cloudy, it refreezes, and we're looking at significant reduction in the quality of conditions. So Max Palm having a tough one there, and that is going to be a heartbreaker. He needed to win to make it through the cut. And unfortunately, that is not going to be. I love this up the top.
360 off that cornice to enter into his run and start his campaign for what would have been a contending first place run with a massive to the moon backflip off of that feature.
Yeah, and let's
look at this thing.
Let's look at the connection. This is great scoping because he landed on that steep part of the slope, so there was almost no impact. And then this one as well. Nobody else looked at this, but Max Palm, perfect execution, getting on that downhill ski, putting himself across to where he needed to go, and unfortunately, this is where the wheels came off, landing on a rock, and there's nothing he could have done about that.
Nothing he could have done. Absolute heartbreaker. What a spectacular run up top and a crusher of a moment down below.
Oh, that breaks my heart to see Max Palm going down like that. As he is up, he's got his skis back on.
What a spectacular skier, Derek, and a talent to watch.
Oh yeah, for sure. Huge talent. Max Palm's going to be bummed, but we will see him back in the mix. Him and Marcus, great friends. They've been traveling together. Marcus gone and spent a bunch of time at Max's house in Chamonix.
You're looking dope. Thank you. Super dope. That's it.
All right, so that's a no score for Max Palm. Heartbreaking outcome for the Swedish rider as he just wants to get out of there now.
Yeah. Collect himself as we head back up to the top, taking a look at this stunning face.
Well, we've seen a bit of everything from the face today in all categories. We saw snowboard men and women deliver fireworks. We saw ski women get pretty rumbled by this face, throwing down though. And now ski men have been a mixed bag. We back up to the top. The Verbier rider, part of Les Gorilles crew out of the freeride squad at Verbier. Martin Bender, 2022 junior world champion. Now he is on the freeride world tour. And this is another explosive young talent who needs a win or a very, very good result to get himself on the good side of the cut. Bender sitting in 18th right now. We're only taking 11 into final, so he needs a bang and run. Only 19 years old though, Katie. Incredible how young these riders are and how good they are.
So much air awareness, Derek. He goes so big when he goes, and here he is back flipping off of that wind lip, stomping it, and making his way down through this next section to line up this feature. 360. Stomped.
Perfect landing there for Martin Bender. Now coming with a bundle of speed with the cork 7 and stomping it, getting on that left foot across. So he's still going to be able to get that final feature. Martin Bender giving himself an absolute heater of a run, pumping down this bottom section now.
Boosting this transfer.
Yes.
What a run. Hands in the air, fist bump. You.
Well, Bender he's had a tough start to his World Tour career. This is his first stomped run, a 13th and a 21st.
Wow.
And now a huge one.
When he stomps, he stomps.
Oh, yeah.
Really similar line to Marcus Goguen.
Fuck, you're a legend, bro. Yes, sir. Nice work, man. Nice work. Finally, I land a run. So
Finally, I land a run.
So good.
He is stoked.
Yeah, Martin. Man.
So happy for Martin to be able to put a run down there. Absolutely love it.
Wow, let's take a look at it again, Derek. Right off the top, a huge air off that blind cliff out of the start gate, and then into this massive backflip. Textbook.
Oh, perfect connection with the snow. Then the 360 here.
Right away into 360, and then sending towards this big lip that we saw Marcus Goguen 720 off, and another 720 here from Martin Bender.
That was a huge move. And look at this, the technique to lay on that downhill ski and then boosting across, gets high in the air, shifting out and rallying into the finish. And you can see right here the body language, just explosive as he finally put down. We knew this kid had it in him, and so to finally see him put one down when it counts, Martin Bender, an enormous performance here in the Georgia Pro.
Margie, les gorilles.
The boys back home, Lego, we saw them come out to support him in the gorilla suit in the Verbier comp. So here we go. Score dropping for Martin Bender. Another into the 90s into second.
Yes!
The young Swiss rider doing what he needed to do. Martin Bender into second with a 94-point run. The judges gobbling that up. 5 riders in the 90s now.
Holy smokes, Derek. Martin Bender put it down.
That I'm the current leader right now. It's a bit unexpected for me, but I'm super happy. It's not a secret. I just train every day, every second day. Yeah, that's it.
Well, Hitzig may be surprised to find himself in first overall, but he might be the only one surprised by that. This guy has just delivered perfection in every single event so far this year, never putting a foot out of place. He did knee himself in the face in Verbier, which I didn't even think was possible with the strength and composure that this young rider has. Only 21 years old. He is just eating up first place results everywhere he goes and delivering electric moments, holding down the top spot. Hitzig on course, backflipping out of the start gate.
Oh my God, holds on to it. Derek out the gates with a classic Hitzig backflip and another feature, huge 360. Oh, he's on fire.
Well, what are they feeding this guy? Max Hitzig, and going off the nose of this one, a totally different direction with another huge backflip.
And straight lining out the bottom, so strong through that chunder, holding on to it. Hitzig.
And going right off the nose of this one, down into the flats.
And sticking that?
I mean, this guy is just, he's
a machine.
Yeah, he's playing with a different set of rules.
What is in the water
so
in Hitzig's hometown?
What the fuck?
You're insane. No, you're insane. So Hitzig with at least 3 features in directions that nobody else has taken.
Just coming out of the gate so hot with that massive backflip and holding onto it, showing so much strength in his legs and technique to recover that there. Boosting boosting a 360 off of that feature.
Yeah, the technicality of that side hill takeoff. And look, right off the point of this one, nobody else looked at that direction. Max, again, on both of the backflips, uncharacteristically getting kind of sat down. And then this bottom feature, you cannot overestimate how flat that is.
Yeah.
Max getting sat down. So 3 big moves, but none of them exactly Hitzig perfect, if we want to call it that. Definitely the judges are going to have a little bit of fodder there in the control category. He got squashed, you know, maybe stage 1 on all 3 of those. But
well, when you're that good,
98.
it's hard.
Yeah.
Trying to be like you, Max.
Marcus just saying, I want to ski like you to Max Hitzig. So these guys, you know, they're just
fearless.
They're stepping it up event after event after event. So this is probably the worst seat in the house right now in the judges pit, as they have a lot to get busy with. Marcus Gogan with a 98, Max Hitzig. I mean, it is entirely in the realm of possibility that knocks Marcus out of the hot seat, as all of Hitzig's airs were so big and taken right off the points, dead fall line. It's certainly possible. The landings weren't perfect, where Marcus's were all really clean.
Stomped his 7-2.
I mean,
I haven't seen his run.
That's so sick. And there's so many other good runs too.
The way Hitzig looks at...
Martin? Yeah. He's second, 94.33.
The way Hitzig seems to look at a face when he's doing his inspection is it's not, how can I make that feature work for me by, you know, cross-cording it or hitting it to the side. It's just, let me just go dead off the nose of everything.
Off the nose of every single thing, fall line with a trick. Backflip, preferably, but maybe a 360. That 360. Oh, Marcus is even talking about it right now.
Cool. That looked like such a tough takeoff.
I hit it straight, but then I saw all of you guys. And I thought, no.
It was sick.
I missed the last feature.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
to do after the back the same than Valde did.
Yeah, yeah, I missed it too. You just get going so fast.
Yeah. Just jumped over it.
Yeah.
I think they're talking about that bottom sort of pepper section under the meatball.
Yeah, exactly, that Belly Rayner was able to pick up.
I hurt my shoulder a little bit.
Yeah?
The first one, yeah.
On the first one. You went deep, bro. So deep.
Yeah, so Max Hitzig definitely showing a little bit worse for wear as he slammed. He said his shoulder sore from that first one. So he definitely hit the ground hard on that one as he maybe passed the transition.
I think what happened, Derek, maybe is he got his pole kind of pulled back. This replay showing us that when he landed, it's that right arm kind of pulling back.
This 360 was so technical and perfectly executed. I think that might have been the move of Hitzig's run, in a run packed with moves. And then, as you said, Katie, right off the nose. Now, he's a bit cross-court there and against the fall line, so really difficult to hold on to that. And then this huge one at the bottom just into the flats. So Hitzig now, the judges really taking their time with this. You know, they've got so much to compare it to as we're going to see the score come in at 93 for Max Hitzig. So he puts himself into third, the first time we've seen him out of first place. And for Hitzig, because they're taking the best two out of these three first events, this third place is going to be a throwaway, and he's still going to be scoring two first places for Max Hitzig.
Imagine a 93 as your throwaway run, Derek.
Wow, this is just unbelievable showing as we head back up to the top to another heavy hitter who is looking to put himself in the mix. So Hitzig into third, Bender in second, Marcus Gogan holding off all challengers so far in this ski men's field. Blake Marshall and Tenla rounding out, I should say, the top three. We go back up to the top to Whistler's own Wei Tian Ho, another peak performance rider, part of that huge, strong stable of athletes on the peak performance squad. And Wei Tian Ho, another product of the Whistler Freeride Club, looking to make a big splash. He was one spot below the cut, only 19 years old. So Wei Tian Ho going to be looking for a big performance here. We've seen him come real close in Verbier to the win, and then with the seventh place result. And now he is on course, Wei Tian Ho.
Starting his campaign, airing into this top section, lining up a backflip, huge, holding on.
All right, Wei Tian Ho now cross court, across the gully, getting way over here as he wants to get into this technical gnar, but he's got to get across this real tricky crust. You can see barely even leaving a track. It's crusty, it's difficult, and now into the dark where the snow's good, but we've seen Max Palm struggling here as it is sharky.
Hooking into that section and managing to air out of.
Oh, that was huge for Wei Tian Ho.
That is so creative, so technical. Heading into this massive exposure. Jump turning and airing down through there.
And Wei Tian Ho with the approach, floating the 360, stomping it. Wei Tian Ho lacing that 360 and then flying over the bottom section. A fire run for the young Whistler rookie, and he loves it. That was completely different than the runs that we've seen with the high scores, but so technical. The line score will be through the roof on that one.
So much going on in that run, Derek. Big tricks, big airs, technical lines, really creative way, making his way through stuff. Big congratulations from his buddy at the bottom.
Yeah, those two boys growing up together as Katie run us through this replay.
So kicking it off with this massive textbook backflip, holding on and just transitioning right into the turn there to link up this line, the massive line score coming in from the judges there. Look at that, they are loving it. He aired into that. It's so creative, such homework done on this face, and just making his way through that so effortlessly to put down a huge 360. So what a clinic.
Look at this line tracker.
Call it a clinic.
Every single piece of that was the most difficult section of the face you could go down. And we saw him skipping over the rock that took Max Palm out. These two boys growing up together in Whistler and now doing this together on the Freeride World Tour.
Anyone who said that there isn't a fall line run on this Kakiani face today has just been proven wrong by Wei Tian Ho, who managed to Billy Goat 360 backflip his way down that massive ridge triangle.
Yeah, all the way down the rib, through the rocks. The score coming in, we are into 8th for Wei Tian Ho with an 80.67. All right, well, you could almost see the reaction from Marcus and Wei Tian Ho, a bit of an unexpected score from the judges on that run. So Wei Tian Ho sitting now in 8th spot as we are right back up to the top for the rest of the ski men's field, and this next rider is going to be another huge threat. He's sitting in 2nd overall. He's got a pair of World Championship titles to his name, a podium already. It is, of course, peak performance rider Christopher Turdell, as Marcus Goguen sitting in the hot seat as he had since he dropped in 3rd.
Christopher Turdell operating like a submarine, so smooth, undetected, and then just comes in, absolute weapon, always smooth, always collected, creating some of the most memorable moments on the Freeride World Tour.
Oh yeah, so Christopher Turdell right now sitting in 2nd overall and really excited to kick things off as we see Turdell again heading out on that rider's left side.
Right into it with a massive backflip, Derek. Smoking down through this. So much control the way that Christopher skis. Another huge backflip.
Yeah, laced that one. Some people have had a hard time with that windlet, but not Christopher Turdell, as he is right off the nose into this technical section, wrapping around into this chute now. Instead of he's going out to the rider's left side, up onto this wall.
Airing silky smooth off the top of that and mocking down through this section, this bottom sunny kind of crusty takeoff, but lacing the double.
The double there out the bottom for Turdell as a clean textbook Turdell run. 2 big backflips, some very technical skiing out of the bottom section, and he is done before you can even blink. Turdell wrapped up.
Unbelievably smooth, the Swedish rider, Christopher Turdell.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I love that line. Unbelievable.
Well, it's like parrots coming in, just echoing each other, as Turdell saying the same thing as we get into Turdell's run. Katie, this backflip right off the top.
Watching Turdell is just, it's such a satisfying experience. You're never stressed. You can count on him to give you a show and not stress you out in any way with these textbook beautiful backflips and clinical skiing. Lacing it off of the nose there into this chute and making his way over to the left side where he lines up this double at the bottom, stacking features all the way through this run.
Yeah, a big run from Christopher Turdell.
So cool the way he sees these features and how he links them up.
And Turdell, with the performances that he's already got this year, is one of only 2 riders in the ski men's field guaranteed to get into finals. Of course, the other one, Max Hitzig. So Christopher Turdell now going to wait for the scores. Marcus Goguen has just been sitting there for ages in the Dynastar hot seat as we wait now for Turdell's score to come in. It seems like it's like this is the resurgence of Christopher Turdell. It's his second act.
Truly.
The way you looked at the landing in your Cork 7.
Yeah.
Also,
I don't know how I did. I don't know what I was doing, honestly.
Also, I don't know what you were thinking, but having that Cork 7 in your mind and then doing that huge 360 out of the start gate, that is just so impressive, so impressive.
It all worked out somehow.
Unbelievable.
You're worth it, though. I was surprised every time I landed.
Here comes the score, Derek.
We're still going.
92.
A 92.67. So Turdell into 4th. So Turdell with a huge statement there. He's going to be throwing away that 8th place from Kicking Horse, and I have a feeling he's going to be climbing right. Well, he can't really climb that much. He's already in second overall.
Yeah.
And Hitzig with two firsts already. So Christopher Turdell with another enormous score there.
A special moment at the bottom here in the finish corral as Christopher Turdell, a veteran and icon on the Freeride World Tour, congratulates Marcus Gauguin for his run.
Yeah, the passing of the torch there, but Turdell is not letting go of that torch as he has just put down a very, very solid run. And we go right back up to the top to this man, a veteran on the tour, a fan and rider favorite, Andrew Pollard out of Alta, Utah. The smoothest man, always looking for the swoop, the side hill moves, holding on to the legacy of Drew Tabke. We love watching Paul ski, and I cannot wait to see what he brings to the face today.
Rolling into the face, so smooth, and kicking it off with a massive air, stomping. Classic Pollard heading through here.
Yeah, Paul kind of having to pull his feet up as he goes cross court now with the big 360. Absolutely textbook Andrew Pollard, and another 360, kind of the 270 onto the good side of this face.
He's just so smooth, Derek, and the way he pulls off these 360s and these features is just so impeccable.
Up onto the meatball, stepping off it.
1, 2.
Makes it a double, and across the traverse line into a triple. Andrew Pollard, another clean run here delivered from Ski Men, and back to regular programming from Paul after a very uncharacteristic fall at Kicking Horse. Now just milking, farming those powder turns at the bottom.
He makes it look so easy, Derek. Those 360s at the top there are not not simple takeoffs, and he makes it look like anyone could pull it off.
Well, he makes skiing look fun.
He really does. Classic style.
Sick line.
Classic Pollard.
It looks fun for sure.
Yeah, you even heard it from Marcus
These guys are crazy.
They are. They low-key
he
are.
makes it look fun. Love this feature. You can see he's got to pull his feet up and he's got to get across, landing perfectly in between those other two bomb holes. I love this one. So air and style technique, fluidity just pumping. That one really goes up. That's why we've seen other riders like Chablot take that with a backflip.
Yeah. And then he lines up this air. It's so nice, and he's so nicely positioned in the air off of that drop, lining up this bottom section with the 1, 2, cross-cording into the third and lacing it over that traverse.
Gorgeous run from Andrew Pollard, bringing the thunder to the Ski Men's field as we have come to expect from this man. He's almost speechless. A rare occurrence for Andrew Pollard as the score dropping into 10th, a 79.5.
Been so dope, he says.
So you guys are the future.
Nice work, brother.
So Paul, he 11 and up, or 11 and better, is a maybe for him to make the cut. 12th and below is a no, so he's sitting in 10th right now.
Wow.
So still possible, but obviously the math has to shake out his way.
Totally.
We have seen quite a bit of crashing out of this field, so I don't know. I'm going to let the people behind the scenes get their abacuses out and figure that out.
3 more riders in the men's ski field. Abel Moga in the start gate.
Well, this guy is electric, and he's another one in that camp who needs to win. Anything above 5th is a maybe. If he puts himself at the top, it's not even a guarantee that he will make it. So we are going to see Abel swinging for the fences here. The Spanish freerider kicking things off at the top.
Right into it, Derek. Off of that cliff into this top section, lining up a 360. So smooth.
Yeah, aggressive and fast here for Abel Moga. Front flipping into the couloir. Well, that has become his trademark, and he executed that perfectly.
360 stomp. That's massive. Holding
No,
on.
he's down.
No. Oh, God. Oh.
Abel Moga getting rumbled there, bouncing through the rocks.
Hit his head on that rock on the bottom, maybe. Oh.
All right, Abel Moga looking like he's in a bit of pain there after a tough fall. Oh, that's a heartbreaker as Abel Moga was just absolutely pumping through this run. Incredible, incredible skiing. So Abel Moga now just taking stock of things as we've got our emergency team, we've got guides, we've got patrollers, we've got doctors all over the face strategically. So you can see the first ski patroller already on site with Abel Moga, and they're going to do an assessment and see exactly how Abel is feeling and what's going on with him, as that was a hard fall for the Spanish rider.
It was a hard hit, Derek. He fell for a while, and this pepper section here, I think, is where the majority of the impact was where he felt. He is on his feet now.
Yeah, happy to see Abel Moga standing up there as the patrol or doctor make their way over to do an assessment. Abel is up and moving around, so really glad to see that.
Marcus Goguen watching on. Never like to see a fellow competitor go down like that.
No, absolutely. All these riders want everybody to clean their runs and then leave it in the judges' hands. And Abel Moga was definitely making a statement. I mean, we said when he was in the start gate, he knew what he had to do. He needed to win here today to give himself a shot at making the Freeride World Tour Finals. And he was certainly on track. As
getting some mobility in that left shoulder. Taking the goggles up. 2 thumbs up. Wow.
All right, so we are getting word from the patroller on the mountain that Abel is going to make his way to the finish on his own skis, and then he will have a full assessment by the medical team at the bottom. So really happy to hear that Abel is going to be able to ski himself off the face. I think he's just missing a pole up there somewhere, so we may have to send a ski runner resource to collect the equipment from Abel, but really happy to hear that he's going to make his way off the face under his own power.
Well, he lifted his right foot up there, Derek, his right ski boot, and it didn't look like there was a ski attached, but I can't see a ski anywhere on the face. One of our ski ninjas from the snowboard men's field coming down now and trying to locate that ski that Abel has lost, and it's up high, so it popped off. It popped off, you know, 80 feet above him.
Yeah, way up there. And then Abel, unfortunately, tumbling through the rocks. Such a great run. The 360 into the pocket here. And
that's where it clips off. And then he went for a ride, hitting that rock on the bottom. That's a hard hit. Such a smooth 360. And the way he landed.
Yeah, he just got sat down.
Yep. And the ski just couldn't take it.
Yeah, he was doing everything he could to slow himself down, but unfortunately gravity having his way. You can see there.
I can't believe
the hands going out for Abel Moga. You know, it's going to be that combination. He's going to be very sore, but he's also going to be very sad as he was looking for a huge performance here as Abel making his way off the face under his own power.
These guys are so tough, Derek. I mean, mocking down through that run with a front flip into the couloir and a massive 360. You know, he's sort of cradling that left shoulder. It looks like he might have taken the hit, the impact to that, but he's just so tough.
That front flip? What the heck? It worked out great, too.
Oh, yeah, it's the only thing I can do, bro.
I would disagree with that being the only thing that you can do, Abel.
Stick way.
You had an absolute heater going.
Oh, dude.
All right, well, good to hear those riders catch up. Marcus, you know, just bowing at the feet of Abel for the front flip, and Abel always humble. The only thing I can do as if. So Abel, it looks like a sore left shoulder there. Hopefully he's going to be all right. We got the medical team down there that's going to check him out. So Marcus Goguen, Martin Bender, and Max Hitzig, that is your top 3 right now. But we still have a couple big, heavy hitters to go, and this guy is one of them. Kendall Goodman with an 8th and a 16th. Anything above 3rd, he's golden. Anything above 13th, it's a maybe. This guy just oozing style, always with the nose butters. He's so strong on his skis too. You know, Kendall's a big guy. guy, but he doesn't ski like a tall guy. I mean, I'm a pretty tall guy, and I'm wobbly and all over the place when I ski, but Kendall's so solid, so strong as he gets ready to kick things off. The Salt Lake City rider getting ready to light it up and hopefully put himself on the good side of the cut.
Opting for the skiers right of the start gate. Skiing past some of the public, checking out this drop-in.
Yeah, look at this. This is such a great picture of exactly how gnarly this thing is. Just a full bomb drop right off the top. Kendall Goodman kicking things off with a bang and now picking up a whole pocket full of speed.
Flying down through this top section, Derek, hitting this wind lip, throwing a massive 360, stomping it. That is one of the boostier 360s we've seen off of that wind lip today, and then sending a flat spin through that section into this beautiful snow, making it look just so silky.
Such a great landing there for Kendall as he is doing everything he can, and another huge three across the powder face here.
So floaty, so smooth, so much style.
And Kendall now really going across, all the way across. He's got something in mind that he wants to get.
Another air out the bottom and another one. Just making those bottom features work for him. What a silky, smooth run.
Yeah, Kendall's just got that effortless style. You know, always buttering, always smooth, as Kendall Goodman wrapping up his day here, and he's going to be looking to be 13th or above if he wants to get on the good side of that cut. We'll see what the judges have to say about Kendall Goodman's run, but I loved it.
Wow, looking at it again, Derek, Kendall throwing up the heart in the start gate, the bomb drop here into just mocking through this top section, which is really, you know, he just makes everything look so, it's like he's moving almost slow motion.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's flying,
Carrying
you know?
so much speed into this 360 and then clean onto that right foot, carving across. So he's going to be able to get this next one as well with the flat three. So Kendall opting more for wind lips, less for cliffs, which we'll see what the judges think of that. Definitely a choice that he made, but able to execute tricks off all of those wind lips, the 360 there, and look how deep the snow is.
Yeah, I mean, he's just having like a buttery run out there and really showcasing his unique style, which I think is a great choice for him.
Oh, totally. Yeah, you got to ski to your style and be true to yourself. And Kendall is nothing if not true to himself and his own style. Himself, sorry. Himself is definitely not a word. But we're 4 hours into this. We're starting to get a little wonky here in the booth as Marcus Goguen still holding down the hot seat as he has since he was the third man to drop out of the gate. We still don't have a score for Kendall Goodman, and we are anxiously waiting for that score to come in, as after Kendall, there's only one guy left in the gate. So Marcus Goguen guaranteed no worse than a silver medal here at the Georgia Pro as we line up Kendall in the camera frame as the judges taking their time. You know, we kind of said he went wind lip rather than cliff. A lot of guys went heavy on the cliff.
Yep.
Hitzig probably more than anybody, pure cliff.
Yeah, but Kendall's run just looked so, it just looked so stylish.
Yeah, it totally. Oozing style. He's got that do-rag hanging out. The gorgeous kit, custom made from Snow Shepherd, his sponsor there. So the judges kind of going through it, trying to figure out what they want to do with that, adding up line score, adding up Aaron's style. Aaron's style definitely, I mean,
planning on trying to get on top of the That's it.
yeah, so Kendall
Both of them baffled.
I don't know how I landed that, bro.
We've got one ski and one good knee.
Quite the wild left run.
And that, see right there, those two rocks that cleared out while Carl was still spinning that 3.
So insane.
That he
yeah,
clipped.
that was a rough one. So now it's a mystery for Carl Regner Eriksson. There it is.
Bye-bye.
We've got it located. It's gone for a serious long ride.
Oh.
So there's Carl. You can see the drone proving an extremely useful tool for ski finding. As Carl's going to make his way down, the drone hovering over it. X marks the spot for Carl Regner Eriksson as a huge bummer for the peak performance rider. He's going to reconnect there as you saw Liam just zoom through the background.
Well, I'm hoping that Carl's knee isn't bugging him and he's able to ski down through this nice powder section at the bottom and enjoy those last turns as we wrap out this men's ski field. Another unbelievable show.
Decent sign that he was able to step into his binding there for Carl Regner Eriksson. So such a cool way to enter that chute, and Carl was on fire. He was going so fast. This is the biggest move of the day on this windlet.
Look at that against that unbelievable backdrop. He was in the air for so long, Derek.
Yeah, incredible. So Carl now being welcomed into the finish area by the Freeride World Tour family. The peak performance rider not having his day as he comes in for a hug from Marcus Goguen.
Huge. Yeah. I missed my perfect. I was lost. Going from the start, I was like, fuck. Missed my back end.
All right, well, that's going to be a no score for Carl Regner Eriksson. He said he missed his first feature and then was lost, so maybe a bit of a hate huck on that enormous backflip. As we are going to take a look at how things shook out here at the Georgia Pro with our event scoreboard, Katie.
Oh man, Derek, this is when the math starts to math and we learn what is going to happen at the cut. Well, this is our event today. Marcus Goguen with his first ever Freeride World Tour first place. Martin Bender throwing down for a second place. And Max Hitzig, another podium for Max on this 2024 season. Look at those scores from those top 3 guys.
Well, Marcus with a 98, that's the biggest score I've seen in a very long time in the Freeride World Tour. And Bender and Blake Marshall doing what they had to do. We're going to see if it'll be enough for them to climb out of the basement where they were dwelling before this. And now we look down at the bottom half of the field. Jackson Bathgate there in 11th, Kendall Goodman. And then we kind of get down Oscar Menden, Flinders, Palm, Moga, Richards, all having big crashes out here on the face today at the Georgia Pro. So ups and downs as we look at our podium. The boys, so with the bronze, Max Hitzig, the silver, Martin Bender, and Marcus Goguen locking down his first Freeride World Tour victory here at the Georgia Pro. These guys all going absolutely bananas. Now, we're going to have a look at what this has done to the overall rankings. This is going to be very interesting. The math, the abacus going nuts. So Hitzig holding on. Remember, this is best 2 out of 3. Marcus Goguen rocketing up into second place overall with 17,000 points. So just behind. Turdell now into third. Katsuno, Ben Richards, Finn Billis not able to show up here, but still staying on the good side of the cut. A 3-way tie. Billis, Bender, Rayner, and Carl Regner Eriksson. Now what happens here? We look, there's the cut. Maxime Chablot on the uphill side. Blake Marshall and Wei Tien Ho on the bad side. Jackson Bathgate also getting bumped down onto the low side. And A-Paul, we're saying goodbye to a legend here, getting cut on the downhill side. Schaff, Flinders, Thibaut Magna, all of those guys, some big hitters. That is incredible. Well, we are going to head down Heading down to the finish to check in with first-time Freeride World Tour winner, Whistler Freeride Club's own Marcus Goguen. Unbelievable run. Every single rider that came through just looked at you and shook their head. Marcus, walk us through that run.
Thanks, Derek. I don't know. That was probably one of the craziest things I've ever done. Every air I landed, I was kind of in shock and just kept on going and somehow managed to keep it together the whole way down. And I don't know, I'm super happy and yeah, couldn't be more stoked. It was a good time and good fun, and the level today was crazy. I mean, everybody could have won it on a different day. It was wild.
You dropped third, Marcus, and you sat in the hot seat all the way through the field. How did it feel to have that seat?
Felt like I was getting a sunburn the whole time. So, yeah, it was good. Felt amazing, though. I'm super happy.
Well, unbelievable performance. Huge congratulations to you, Marcus Goguen, wrapping up the win in the ski men's field here at the Georgia Pro. All smiles for the young Canadian who has just locked in his first win on the Freeride World Tour. Incredible show from Ski Men.
Wow, congratulations,
really
Marcus.
Thanks to everybody. Love it. Sweet, thank you.
All right, well, Ski Men just blowing our doors off. Incredible show as we saw fireworks from top to bottom. The Georgia Pro will be right back. Welcome back to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. We just saw the most incredible show here at the first Georgia Pro. Katie, we're coming back here for at least the next 4 years, and I cannot wait already.
Well, thank God, and that is the benchmark. If that is the benchmark for the Georgia Pro event, then we are in for a treat for the next 4 years, because what we saw on the Kakviani Face today at Tetenoldi Ski Resort was nothing short of incredible.
All right, well, you can have your say now. You log on to freerideworldtour.com, and you're going to vote for the rider of the day. This is fan voted. Whoever you thought was the highlight reel, the human highlight reel of the Freeride World Tour. This is indiscriminate of category or gender. Whoever you love today, log on to freerideworldtour.com and vote for them. You got the QR code there on the screen. If you don't know how the internet works, you can just click it on your phone and get yourself involved. The rider of the day, that's fan voted by you. I have no idea who I would pick. There were so many moments in all 4 categories.
The video game factor that we saw today with the conditions that we had, and it was we were really able to see what these riders are capable of when the snow is on their side.
Well, on behalf of everyone here in Georgia, the Freeride World Tour family, Katie Burrell and myself, a huge thank you for joining us here at the first annual Georgia Pro Freeride World Tour presented by Peak Performance. We will see you in Fieberbrunn for the FWT Finals. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Freeride World Tour. Stop number 1 of the FWT Finals here in Fieberbrunn, Austria.
2, 1, drop it in! 2 runs, 2 chances, 1 winner.
Let's go! Happy to be alive!